Dude! Wait. What the hell? What? Hey, we're back! Oh, I had a whole thing. Oh, wait a minute. This changes everything. Hold on. Kill the music. Before we do greetings, that issue changes everything. Oh no. So I changed my whole setup this weekend. I literally like unscrewed the monitors from the wall. I moved stuff around, and that happening actually changes things for me a lot. Now I gotta look like up there to see YouTube chat, which thankfully, but unfortunately isn't a lot of people, at least yet. Hopefully yet. Shit. Let's see. What if we did this? We'll try that. Wait. Pause. Are we good? I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, happy Monday. Welcome everybody. Hey, we made it. We started from the bottom and now we are here in the middle somewhere. Welcome. How are you doing? Happy freaking Monday. Technical issues. That's kind of a game room norm, I suppose. Who do we got? Larathel was here hecka early. Actually, 10 minutes late. I was supposed to start at 10:30 and your first message is at 10:40. Furious. One demerit. Who do we got? Morning Lockwood. What's up, dude? Drogan. Hello, hi. Welcome. Crying Song. Crying Snake. What's up, you two? Apums. Jason. What's up, brother? How you doing? Welcome. Kung Fu Krypton. What's up, roomies? How you doing, man? Welcome. Who do we got? Kathy. What's up, Kathy? Welcome. I want permanent werewolf and vampire lord forms with no negative effects on gameplay. I want that feeling I had in Skyrim. That's a lot. Looks like I may be getting a permanent werewolf form. Won't have to fish for kills. Okay. All right. Mark, what's going on, man? Mark the champion. Veronica's lurking. Thank you, Veronica. Dumo, you need more synthwave on your channel, dude. I got you. Ready? Listen. I got you. Ready? Watch. All right, turn this down. I think we're way too loud. I think we're blowing eardrums there. Maybe? I don't even know. Anymore. Oh, who do we got? Invisaduma. It be like that though. We were never good off the rails, dude. Amen. I was here at 8:30. Guess the login didn't catch that one. Shut up. Permanent werewolf, that's easy. Just use ravaging health potions as long as you keep taking damage. The rage meter won't drop fast. That's how I maintain werewolf between pulls and trials. Wait a minute, Plague. Wait a minute. When is the last decade you played ESO? I haven't seen any ESO noise from you since 2014. X for doubt on that one. X for doubt. Hey, real talk. Can you guys let me know? Here, let me see. ESO server status. It's not up right now, right? It's not. Can somebody let me know when y'all know when the PTS is actually live? I'll link it on both platforms, even though, like, dude, it literally takes like, dude, to get people to chat on YouTube. You know the little monkeys with the little symbols in their hand, and then like you turn the key in the back, and they're just like, oh, clang, 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 clang. Dude, it takes like act of Congress and pulling teeth to get people to chat on YouTube. What's up with you guys? What's up with you YouTube viewers? Man, you guys, I love you, but damn. 1980 Atari 2600. Hey, easy, easy, easy. Try it. Your passive regen out heals the potion for science. I'm not a monkey. Hey, there's Sin City Ron. What's up, dude? No, I'm not saying. Whoa. Brother, you got it backwards. I'm not saying you're the monkey. I'm saying I'm the monkey. It takes like lots of theatrics to like garnish that, or you have to be part of the like super deep PvP club. One of the two. One of the two. Oh man. Wait. What is this? Oh yeah, Doom Wifey's doing much better, dude. She got dude, she got like a bag of medicine. I went and picked her up a bag of medicine. She got like all this feel good stuff, antibiotics obviously, and then she got the steroids. The steroids, like, woo, she's springing back to life. Although she had to run an errand right before I went live, so she called me, and she sounded like shit. I felt bad. She woke up this morning feeling good, but oh, she's not sounding good right now. Keep my YouTube name out of your mouth. M-O-U-F, out of my mouth. All right, I'll try. Wait, so why is your Twitch not combined with YouTube? Apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently, I forget the details at this point, but I think that it's against Twitch's terms of service for you to combine chats in a Twitch stream. I think that's the details. So I can't add, like, if I were to stream on Kick as well, I can't add like YouTube and Kick into the on-screen like overlay there. I would get in trouble or banned or something. And then last stream, Twitch was in my chat, so in some degree I'm being watched. So I gotta toe the line a little bit. I gotta toe the line a little bit. Arrives at pharmacy in hood and shades. Yes, I'm here for a bag of medicine. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. It's allowed now. Twitch changed it. When? Why? While I don't doubt you, I'm definitely not gonna take like a random like comment on Twitch to like something major is gonna get me banned. Big Brother's always watching. Yeah, dude, for real. It was Veronica let me know. She's like, did you know Twitch is here? I was like, why? Why are they here? What did I do? Mikey, what's up, man? Again, I'm not touching that shit until I see something officially on the Twitch page. If it's not on a Twitch website, I don't trust it. Good morning, Tamriel. JC, what's up, man? At least I was first on YouTube. That will never happen on Twitch. It could. You're only single-digit minutes. How do I fast forward on this? It's live, so... Wait a minute. Is this your first stream ever? Is this your first stream? Did you literally make your Twitch account today and log in and click my stream and be like, this is the first time I'm ever watching anything? Or are we being snarky? Which one is it, Tony? Mossberg with a K, what's up, man? Turns on FM radio, how do I skip? Exactly. Obviously, you know how it works, obviously. So that leads me to you being, like, snarky. So if you're being snarky, damn, it's kind of early for this. It's really early for this. My game is not loaded. Wait a minute. It's loaded now. There it is. I don't really have anything ready. I'll just go with pure unfiltered honesty. You don't impress me. Yeah. Yeah. And were I to guess, with that level of snark, anyone. It's not 2010 like Call of Duty lobbies. Like that personality's been done millions of times over. No one's being like, oh damn, got him. Everyone's like, bored. Unless that's an honest question. Unless you threaded the needle and you just made your first Twitch account and you just log into ESO streams, the directory, and you just log into my stream as the first stream ever. And the 0.00000000000000001% chance that's the case, I apologize. Other than that, you don't impress me. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's that. Uh-oh. No. No. Hold on. We got problems. We got problems. I accidentally loaded up on. I clicked the old stream software. Nope. Don't you do it. Turns on live TV. How do I skip? Yeah. Obviously they knew exactly what they were doing, exactly what they were saying. They just didn't realize how dumb they looked to all the adults in their room. Wah, wah. Did ESO close? Did ESO close? It didn't close. All right, nice. Windows is ringing you up. When do you start being snarky? It starts playing. When do you start being snarky? Starts playing I'm Gonna Be by the Proclaimers and plays it the first line over and over. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever actually heard that song. Pause. All right, Mikey. Mikey's derailing stream. Here we go. I'm Gonna Be the Proclaimers. I'm Gonna Be 500 miles.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes around.
How is this snarky?
If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets up next to you. And if I heaver,
I think I need the lyrics.
I'm gonna be the man who's heavering to you. And I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more, just to be the man who walks.
All right, it's a little bit of a bop, but it's not really snarky though. How is that snarky? That's way too cheerful to be snarky. That's way too cheerful. You wanna see snarky? I'll show you snarky. In the possibility of like losing viewers, I'll show you snarky. Hang on. Hold on. Stand by. I gotta find it. It's been a while. Wait a minute. Damn. Hold on. We'll find it. Why do I have so many playlists? Jesus. Wait for it. All right. This is what a snarky song is. Like if I were to say I'm going to play a song just for you, this is what snark would be.
with you. You little stupid ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
I'm not.
You little dumb ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
All right. Before I lose all my viewers. Okay. I'll chill. I get it. I can read the room. I'll chill, but that's the difference between like that and snark. That's snark. That's snark. Okay, real quick. Before we dial in, real quick. Hold on. Hey, cut it out. You're right, though. I haven't actually logged into the game. I don't think the PTS is actually up yet. Oh, I just noticed something on this scene. Hold on. We have a very... Our screen is... Oh, I know why. We're not actually full screen here. Settings, windowed, full screen. That should fix it. Oh yeah, that's good. We're good. Okay, it's still offline. Oh, big sad, man. Nova, what's up, man? How you doing? Caldura says straight face and Okay. A can of cucumber juice on the bar? Ban him immediately! No, there's no cucumber juice in the bar. There's no cucumbers in the bar and lounge. Do we let me check real fast. Discord and see if we have any sort of updated time. We're running into some issues with maintenance. May be open later than usual today. Oh, I'm not sure I'm supposed to say this, but PTS may be open later than usual today. You didn't hear it here. Within the scheduled window, though. When is the actual window? ESO. Damn, we may end up doing werewolf stuff tomorrow, depending on. I don't see a scheduled window on there. All right, we may be getting patch notes before PTS goes live. So also keep an eye out for patch notes. What I would it looks like there's a delay on PTS going live, which is like big suck for me. We may have to like run this back tomorrow. But it looks like we're going to get patch notes before I think we are. So just a heads up there. Wouldn't be Zoss if the update was on time. Hey, dude. Hey. This new team's been awesome. Hush. Why are there still salt and pepper shakers on the bar? Have you never ordered chili cheese fries at a bar? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Okay, let's log in. Thriving Chaos plus Marcelok equals meta? Maybe. I don't know about meta, but it's pretty good. Thriving Chaos is a super good, like, outnumbered build. For sure. Outnumbered ability, for sure. Marcelok is, like, always solid if you have dots going out. But I don't enjoy either, honestly. I don't like Marcelok because, like, if you don't land the kill on Marcelok, I'm not saying it's bad at all. I'm just saying for me, if you don't land the kill on Marcelok or like immediately after, then you gotta like get all your dots back out, and depending on the flow of like the fight, that can like mess things up. And then Thriving Chaos is good, but like in a 1v1 scenario, it's just plus what's the timer on that? Weapon, dual wield, how long does it take? Yeah, 141, and then on one target. 6% extra damage. I don't know. AP, what's up, man? I feel like Mar and Power Brand synergize with each other. Or am I missing something? Oh, they should. Anything that has like dots. Like at least 3, you should be good. I just haven't enjoyed it, even though I've definitely gotten clapped by it. I haven't enjoyed it because it just, I don't know. I don't like it. This right here is super good, like playing outnumbered. Pop this on like a group of people, like you literally can't die. Matter of fact, let me show you something. I actually showed, this was, I think, pre-subclassing, I think. I'll show you. I actually showed a 1-bar build, like popping off in Citadel, like immortal mode. I think it's the, let me find it real fast. I think it's the best 1-bar PvP build. Yeah, this was just before subclassing. Let me find it. Here? No. Oh, had to be before. Down. Here? Maybe? Hold on. We'll find it. I'm like almost positive it's in this video. It's gotta be right around here. Yeah, look at this foolishness. All right, this will not work the same in today's game because this was pre-subclassing. But I'll show you. Let me log into let me turn the sound down real fast. This is like probably best case scenario, but you can kind of see like how stupid strong that ultimate is, like playing outnumbered. I'll show you. Yeah, look at this foolishness. I took it in a Citadel just to fill some things out, and look at the survivability this gave us here. Essentially 8 seconds of immortality, only hitting 3 to 4 people with it. That, and if I was using a proper 2-bar setup, actually trying to go hard with it, I'd have an 18 to... I'm not sure if you saw those heals, but that amount of heals is so, like, crazy. And then you apply that in today's game with, like, a proper setup, like, it's pretty nutty. I'm running that back one more time. That was a lot really fast. A little bit more. There's like 20 people in this tower here. Here. So if you're wondering why someone who popped thrived, like didn't die in like a scuffle, this is why. And then defensively, look at this foolishness. I took it in a Citadel just to fill some things out, and look at the survivability this gave us here. Essentially, this is a 1-bar build versus like 20 people. That's how much healing it gave. 8 seconds of immortality, only hitting 3 to 4 people with it. That, and if I was using a proper 2
Bar setup, actually trying to go hard with it, I'd have an 18 to 24% damage buff during that time to try and do work with it.
So stupid good, like outnumbered.
Since every
setup.
damage button on
1v1, like I don't know if it's super hot. There's better options, I think. Call me crazy, but I think there's better options. The only time I enjoy PvP is WoW because of how responsive the game is in general. Okay, wait. Let's peel that apart slightly. In what way to you? I'm not arguing with you, I'm just asking. In what way to you is WoW more responsive than ESO? Because I feel maybe there's some loss in the sauce there where everything is tab target. So once you target somebody, everything you press will go to that person. That doesn't mean it's more responsive than ESO with omnidirectional targeting. That just means there's a respectfully like skill difference between the two of making all your abilities fire on your target. Now the lag in Cyrodiil is like its own separate issue, but the game as a whole, I'm curious to see your thoughts on that. Because tab targeting doesn't mean better responsiveness. That means it just automatically puts everything you press on the target. That doesn't make it more responsive, because there's plenty of people in ESO who are skillful enough to make sure all of their skills go under the target, even though it's not tab target. So what do you mean by more responsive? So start waiting with the BTS. What Masters Maces were you using on Friday? Oh, same every build. Maces. Did it not show in the screenshot in Discord? Did it not show? It should have. Yeah, it showed in Discord. Here. It says the Master's Mace. The Master's Mace. Oh, it's more than aim assist. It's auto hit. Like you can't. It's impossible to mess it up. You just press the button and it happens. That doesn't mean it's more responsive than something like ESO. ESO just has a higher. The skill difference is different of making sure your abilities go to the target, because you have to like target them and face them and all that good stuff. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, dude. I'm gonna let you have that one. I don't know who did that voiceover, but now my ears hurt. Hey. You know that was me. You know that was me. Also, it is a little shitty that I was genuinely trying to get your opinion, and then like you had to like try to torch me with that. That's a little disappointing, but it is what it is. You are barely saying computer has aim assist, controller, keyboard, and mouse. Dude, don't start a war. Don't start a war live on stream. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Doom in the lab, what are your plans to cook in the werewolf? Dude, I have no idea. I genuinely don't. I remember there was a period of time years ago, dude. Years ago. I'll do a fast search in Discord to see if I can find like how long it's been. Werewolf. There was a period of time like 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago where werewolf parsing was really, really good. You could hit like, I don't remember, 130, 140K like relatively easily or something like that. And so I posted a couple of werewolf parses in Discord like on the PTS, which like doesn't mean anything. And then there was another period of time where, oh man, maybe 2020, 2021, maybe some of you guys can remember. There was a period of time where DK werewolves with 45 to 50k HP were straight up running train in Cyrodiil. And I gave it a shot. Matter of fact, my only tune ever to be a werewolf was my DK. I gave that build a shot for a couple days on stream. That's the entirety of my werewolf experience. So I literally haven't played it in 3, 4, 5 years at least here. I'm gonna scroll through real fast and see if I can find the parts we're talking about. Here's 2020. 2020 may be too far behind. It's possible. Let's go back a page. I do remember parsing quite a bit with it. 5. What is this? This is 2020 still. Damn, there was a lot of werewolf talks in 2020. Jesus. Sork werewolves. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the sorcerer was the best option for werewolf because they have the weapon damage increase. Is that correct? Hey, what's up, Nova? We're doing werewolf. Werewolf. It's the new werewolf's on the landing on the PTS here soon-ish. Hopefully before I have to leave stream today. We'll see. If it doesn't, we'll do it. We'll do it again tomorrow. Sork for werewolf. Yep. I wasn't intentionally being crappy about your question, man. I genuinely had no idea why you were talking about targeting when I brought up responsiveness, because that's literally okay. It was the perceived responsiveness is what I was trying to say. I like to say you don't know the definition of responsiveness, like, is literally shitty, like, to any human being on earth. What I was saying was there could be a perceived level of responsiveness depending on tab targeting somebody and sliding your finger from 1 to fucking equal sign and all of your abilities automatically firing to the person, instantly being responsive, or you spamming abilities in ESO but them not going off because you're not properly targeting the person, aka perceived responsiveness. That's all I was saying. To say, like, maybe you don't know the definition of responsiveness. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Okay, back to trying to find. Man, maybe. Let me check one more thing here. It would be parsing. We've had a lot of noise in parsing. Hold on. This will be a for funsies thing. Let's see. This will be a for funsies thing. It's gonna be way up here though. Hey, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you. Hold on. I am curious. This is 2024. It's definitely way before 2024. I want to see how bad I was exaggerating with werewolf here. That's not me. Where are we at right now? 2023. Okay, this is closer. Is this me? No, this is something different. I'm curious now, man. I'm curious. I want to know what the parsing was. I feel it was like 120 to 130 at least. I feel that was the area. Is that... Wait, just because it's Israeli doesn't mean it's not werewolf. No, it's not werewolf. Hold on. We're scrolling. Snowy Sid, Snowy's of all the Sid, aka the Snowfather is back. What is this? No, it's Necro Shenanigans. Damn, we used to have a lot of activity in parsing. A lot of activity in this channel back in the day. Okay, we're scrolling. Where are we at right now? We're in 2022. This is like the general time frame here. This will also tell me like empirically how long it's been. 120? Yeah, I think 120 is about right. 120, 130, around that area. I remember putting people on. I was like, dude, this is the easiest, like, over 100K you're ever gonna get. Let's find it. Snowy. 2021, dude. We're getting back there, dude. This is back there. That's Reliquin Templar parsing. Dude, I know it's in this channel. Crazy how like every parse has really in this back in the day. Damn! This is Blast from the Past here. Ninetales parsing. Nice, nice. Let's go Ninetales. Squishy Burbles. Lazy Bear. Okay, okay. Dude, no. It may have been 2020. Shrouded Dagger parse. That's crazy. No one's used that skill in several years, I think. Blast Bone setup. We gotta check everything here because we're close. A Sorcerer setup. Dude, Snowy was parsing his ass off back here. 2021. Nichford, what's up, man? We're trying to find the werewolf parses in Discord. There it is. Here it is. Well, werewolves are still crazy. Oh, no, this is not it. This is a random time I did a werewolf thing. This was 2021. So at least March of 2021. But that's not the parts we're talking about. Oh, dude, no, brother, I'm not mad. I don't hold grudges. I'll say my like, and then I'm good. So at least we have like a frame of reference here. It was at least 2021. Dude, what a different game this was back here. I would imagine I was trying some like easy peasy, no trial gear or whatever with the 90K. So that means the real werewolf will have to be back here somewhere. Where are we at right now? 2021 still. This is January 2021. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy how far back this is. I couldn't find it. It didn't show up, man. It didn't show up. I'm not sure I actually typed the word werewolf when I posted the thing. I could have did WW, which I probably could have searched that. This is 2020. This is 1 year after I started ESO. Dude, I don't know. It's possible we passed it, but I don't see it. Crazy. I'll try it. Let's see. WW. Here. WW. There's got to be like a connected parse, I would imagine. 2025. No, it's got to be years past 2025. This is 2019. The first WW ever said in Discord is Mitchford. Did you just set all that up? Did you just coordinate all that with what you just said? The first werewolf was July 2019. That would have been less than a month after I started streaming. It's cool as long as you backbar Frost Staff to taunt the boss while the werewolf tank is spamming light attacks. What a blast from the past that is. Crazy. It doesn't look like WW either. At least I think we at least have the year. It was 2021. So it's been 5 years. It's been 5 years since I played Werewolf. That in itself is pretty wild. 5 years. Dang, dude. Banana plantains. Oh, everything closed? I didn't realize everything closed. Hang on. 7 stream streak Nichford is on. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta get those numbers up, son. You gotta get those numbers up.
I have many fine goods. Fine goods at fair prices.
It's freaking embarrassing. I have at least once a year searched for a clean clip of that. Unrelated to Sean LaRock's like once a year cameo on stream. Just because I find it hilarious. It's one of my favorite shows of all time, Letterkenny. It's like impossible to find a good clean clip of that. If I ever do, I will 100% that week make a channel point reward for it. It's too good, man. It's too good. I do have my next round of updates for stream like spooled up in the pocket. I just got to find time to finish them all. And then I started the videos for this build that I'm playing, the main PvP build, and then the shield weaver build, which I was told people would be interested in, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh, wait a minute. Update 50. This PTS is update 50, so that means the Warden changes are also going to be there. Is that right? That's kind of a big PTS if so. It's a lot of things, man. We just need to get on the patch notes like in a timely manner. That'll be a big deal. As like a baseline for today. Overland difficulty, awesome, awesome. You know, I was thinking about that a couple of weeks ago. Maybe more than a couple weeks ago, when the overland difficulty thing was like announced. Like that's really, really awesome. Like really good. It's a great thing people have been asking for forever, but like for someone like me, I don't think it applies to me very much. Like not a lot of overland stuff I'm going to be doing other than like maybe doing a world boss or something, you know? Like I don't know. I'm excited for it for those like coming up through the game and doing a lot of overland stuff to have a little bit more challenge, but like unfortunately at this stage I don't think that type of change applies to me very much. Selfishly said. I think it's a great change for the game, but it just it's not going to move the needle much for me. I don't think that they would change overland so crazily that like it would present like a major challenge to a proficient player, you know, and like a proper setup. They're still gonna mow it over the same. Not saying it's bad. It's great for anybody up and coming, but I don't think it's gonna like move the needle much for me at all. I thought Warden was season 1. I thought Warden was. I may be crossing wires. I could be messing up. Maybe you're right. I thought it was update 50, but like it's been so much so fast in the first quarter this year. I probably messed up. What percentage of the player base plays solo? I think it's close to 90%. It's a lot. It's a lot more than you think it is. It's a lot more than you think it is, for sure. Or that I previously thought it was. If I go back and I look at like my YouTube channel and I look at the builds that did well, it gives you a pretty like clear.
Now, if you come to buy something or steal something today,
at least for the type of content that I made of like what people are interested in. There's a lot of people playing solo, and there's a lot of people playing like modified builds, like 1 bar and stuff like that. So I don't know. I don't know, man. They've announced so much, it could be remembering wrong. Same, Daniel. Same. I'm in the exact same boat, man. I can't remember. It's so many things. Like I literally can't keep up. I'm just kind of taking it week by week. Just trying to be here and be consistent, and like as stuff gets announced, like we'll figure it out together. A thing I used to do back in the day is like any major change, I would purposely stay away from it on the PTS or like just on stream in general, and I would experience it like live on stream as like a player first, because I've always considered myself like a player of the game first before anything. Like I'm an enjoyer of ESO, so I would experience the things live on stream, and I've kind of like subconsciously done that with a lot of these changes, like the class passives. I can't tell you a single class passive of the new stuff that's coming. I haven't looked at it. I didn't log in. I didn't look at the graphics people posted. I didn't commit any of it to memory. Like I couldn't tell you a single thing. So I'm actually excited when like it makes it fun to like dive in when it goes live or on the PTS or something, to like dive in and like play with it and figure it out or whatever. So yeah, I'm kind of lost right now. It's been a lot of changes, a lot of new stuff, a lot of stuff coming, some good stuff, some great stuff, some in-between stuff. So like I'm kind of lost in the sauce. If you're feeling lost, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. So it's kind of fun to like experience it as it lands on live or whatever. Room Carver Macabre Vintage to rip through everything solo. Nice, nice, nice. We're all in this together. Nitchford gets it. Did I just talk and do writs, or did I knock out writs just not even realize what I was doing? I did. Holy shit. Sheesh. Dude, it was 100% mental cruise control. Speaking of all in this together, hold on. Speaking of all in this together, we have our Warframe song here. It's literally called We're All in This Together. Hold on, listen. No, we all live together. Hell yeah, dude. I added it to my main playlist. It's so good. So good. Give me 1 sec while we enjoy this song. Oh. Are we back? We should be back. We should be back. Yeah! Okay. All right. All right. Now we've learned a lesson here, I think. Apims. Golly, Apims. Now you get this screen. Back. Okay, I had to step away real quick. My ass is sweating with the PC issues today. Okay, so I was thinking as I stepped away about the responsiveness thing. Maybe I clapped back a little bit too hard, but I was thinking about why I did. And I want to explain real briefly. Not to justify what I said, but I want to explain my line of thinking. I have, at minimum, 1,000 hours of parsing in this game. Minimum. Like, probably more, way more than that. And all of that parsing, you're looking at your skills that are firing, and you're looking at your light attacks. 99.9% of the time, unless you have some sort of PTS shenanigans on EU if you're playing NA, or on NA if you're playing EU, your abilities and your light attacks are landing 1-to-1, meaning 1 per global. I have multiple thousands of hours of playing PvE where we peeled apart logs and looking at different things, and in all those scenarios, you got abilities and light attacks firing at 1/1, meaning 1 ability, 1 light attack per second. Likewise in PvP. That is like as responsive like as you can ask for. The rules of the combat is 1/1 and 1/1 happens. So in WoW is tab targeting, meaning you target a person and you can literally turn around 180 degrees backwards and twiddle your fingers on your buttons and your abilities will fire off. So there's a perceived, I would imagine, just like speaking out of my ass sort of, there's a perceived level of quote unquote responsiveness for people playing WoW because you don't have to do anything but just press your buttons. And ESO, a lot of the times you have to actually line up the direction. It's omnidirectional. And that can feel like there's a lack of responsiveness. That I'm not talking about like Cyrodiil lag and various like shenanigans that cause like skill delays and stuff like that. I'm talking about the average experience in the game. I don't feel that ESO has a lack of like responsiveness issue or WoW is better. I feel WoW is easier for your abilities to fire off because you don't have to do anything. Again, you can be facing 180 degrees backwards and literally twiddle your fingers on your parsing buttons and like everything will fire and land accordingly. But ESO, it's omnidirectional. You have to line it up. So I do feel that when it comes to when the server's working correctly, a level of proficiency to make sure things are being responsive. And I think that possibly varying degrees of proficiency like alters like someone's like feeling of like how responsive ESO is. But for me, who has like somewhere north of 13,000 hours in the game, very rarely do I find things not being responsive. And if it is, it's Cyrodiil when Cyrodiil's lagging, which is its own like tangent thing. So I genuinely, just evaluating it like logically, I don't think like WoW is more responsive than ESO. I think WoW is easier to make your abilities land because it's tab targeting. That doesn't mean it's more responsive. There's lots of people who have the skill to make sure they're locked onto a target in ESO and all their abilities and ladder attacks are firing 1-to-1. So how is that? How would WoW be more responsive in that scenario? It's legitimately not. And then WoW has a longer global cooldown. So WoW accommodates players who may be moving a little slower, because I think the global is 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, something like that. So it doesn't matter if you're 16 years old at lightning fast APM, you can't press an ability faster than the GCD in WoW, which is 2.5 seconds. And then ESO's is 1 second. So it's a lot faster. Every single second, you got a light attack and an ability firing endlessly every single second. It never stops. So that can be a perceived level of responsiveness that's not happening in ESO. That's, I would imagine, after helping what I think is hundreds or thousands of players at this point, like an individual proficiency issue, not like a responsiveness between the games. That's where I was coming from. So when I was asking, like, what's your perceived, I was literally talking about like the perceived level of responsiveness. I genuinely don't think WoW is better than ESO. I think it's harder in ESO to have the same level of responsiveness as WoW, but also at the same time, WoW's GCD is like over double ESO's. So of course it feels more responsiveness. You can like fall asleep for 2 seconds in between each ability and it still fires. ESO, you have 2 things happening per global, a light attack and an ability. So it's like 4 times faster than, at least 4 times faster than what is required on the WoW side of things. So I think it's a perception thing. I don't think it's necessarily like one's more responsive than the other. ESO is player skill based, no auto lock targeting. Yeah, for sure, definitely. It's much easier to do a rotation like in WoW for sure. As someone who played literally for 14 years, I played WoW for 14 years before I came to ESO. So I'm not just like, I didn't just pop in for an expansion and just feel it out. I played from vanilla to wherever, whatever expansion was in 2019. WoW combat is buns. Tab targeting is boring. I don't know. I had a blast. I had a blast in WoW in general. I met a lot, like tons of great people, tons of great times, raids, and PvP. I do think that WoW arenas, I know, controversial issue. I do think that the highest level of WoW arenas is... Hold on, I'm thinking to not just say something stupid. Something that's like rooted in a little bit of logic. I do think that WoW arenas on a very high level, like I don't know what the MMR goes in nowadays, but back then like 27, 2.8, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, like 3K range, like those areas, the nosebleed section. I do think it's harder to do well than PvP in ESO, because you're having to focus on so many things and like focus macros and all this stuff, and you have like 40 keybinds. So I think it's technically more difficult when you compare like ESO PvP to like the top shelf of WoW PvP. But I do think that ESO in general is harder to get out of the middle ground. I think it's very easy to get to the middle ground and then just kind of get lost in the sauce to the middle ground, because there's a lot of like levels to the levels in ESO. And I think a lot of people may not like realize that. They may not like see the levels to the levels for whatever reason. So I think it's harder to climb through the ranks in ESO, especially like on say a PvP element of things. But I think on the highest degree of things, like the top shelf of things, I think it's like unquestionably more difficult in WoW. Like ESO, you have 12 buttons. I realize you have omnidirection, you have light attack, but in WoW, like at minimum, you have 40 keybinds, focus macros, tons of macros, like also for your team. Like it's you got a lot more going on in like the upper end of WoW than you do ESO for sure. But I think it's harder to climb in ESO for sure. And then I think mechanically it's more difficult in ESO because you have the light weaving and then you have like it over double the speed of the GCD. GCD serves two functions if you don't know. A global cooldown. It serves two functions. It's to normalize things on server side so you don't have someone like 10 fingers twiddling buttons at light speed like blowing up the server, and then it's to normalize things. So for example, in ESO, it doesn't matter if you're moving at light speed and you're 15 or you're 85 years old, everyone can only press one button per second. So it normalizes things and it helps things on the server side of things. So it serves a couple of functions. WoW has over double the GCD that ESO has of time. So the pacing is a little bit slower. But you have a shitload of more buttons and things you got to do. So I don't know. Just my trying to spit an answer out like on the spot type thing. I think on the high end of things, WoW's harder. But I think it's harder on ESO to climb to the top end. And then I also think that like it's very easy to not realize like the levels to the levels in ESO. And WoW, it's very, very clear. It's very, very clear. In ESO, it's very easy to feel like you're doing great and you may not be. Or like very easy to like not see the levels to levels in ESO because of just the nature of the game. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. Hamsters are spinning at max speed. Puppy walk's done. He's def a cool weather dog. He's suffering and panting so hard and it's only like 60 degrees. Oh no! No! What kind of puppy do you have? WoW has a lot of off GCD buttons and proc to smash too. Yeah, for sure. There's way more to do in WoW. For sure. Ozzy! What's up, man? Werewolf. I'm waiting, Fishmonger. I'm waiting. It's not live yet. The PTS isn't live. As soon as it's live, we're gonna hit it. We're gonna check it out. But I got a little birdie that says the PTS will be posted late, but we'll get we'll get patch notes before. So it may be a patch notes review thing. I don't know. As soon as the first person sees it, like, and let me know, we'll jump on it. But it's not up right now. WoW has longer GCD, but you can clip with instants. Trinkets abilities seem to be instant. ESO has a lot slower to me personally with WoW as my basis for comparison. You have to prioritize what you want to do. I feel you. Pitbull glitches back, so he absorbs the sun like crazy. Hey. Patch notes are always the most exciting streams. Hey. Easy. But it's also not like, hey, dude, what's up, man? Thank you. I appreciate you. It's not like you're playing WoW and WoW has like 40 insta-class OS global abilities. Like, unless things have changed the past couple expansions, like you're dealing with like 2 or 3, right? So like, it's not like you're dealing with a ton. You may have some that's procced often, like overpower on a warrior back in the day, but it's still the same, like, the same pace of GCD. Is Restoration Staff decent for solo play? Oh, no. There's no scenario where you need a solo staff. None. Can we do one of those side games just for the fun of it, like the marble race? I don't have anything to... I don't have any giveaways currently. I don't have any crowns. And I don't have any codes. Let me double check. I don't have crowns. I don't have codes. And I'm running super low on gold. I've actually been like kind of like low-key shitting my pants with gold. Because I'm down to like 1.5 mil. And I usually for me, like my line of having 0 gold in the past, at least before like the materials crashed, was about 30 to 40 million. And I know that sounds like crazy, especially if you might be newer, but like you can blink and spend 10 million on a build. I know things have changed in today's game, but still, it can be expensive to like gold out a set and try different things on live server. So I'm kind of shitting my pants with gold. So I'm not going to do any gold giveaways because I've ran through it all. I have a spreadsheet, and I used to track everything. I used to track like every crown, every assistant, every gold. The last time I checked, we'd given away like 260 million gold on stream. That's so much gold, dude. I was like, oh, we gotta slow down on those giveaways. So I don't really have anything. I have gold that I can literally blink and that million will be gone, and I'll have to like trade crowns for it. I have 130 crowns, so I don't have any crowns to give away. And I think Gina said this week our codes will be refilled. Let me see. I don't think they're refilled today. Yeah, so the codes aren't refilled, but we should get them this week. So hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. And then we can get back to giveaways. I made a few mil from this event just from doing Ritz. Nice, nice, nice. I made a little bit of change from Ritz for sure. A little bit of change. I can't hate on it. Can't hate on it. Duma is ESO poor. I just gotta farm gold. I used to farm gold a lot, and I kind of stopped and like, whoo. Woo! Got heavy thick. So mats crashed. That explains why I'm always broke. It did. Mats are like way, way cheaper than they used to be. Was able to get my Nord Dragonite Werewolf the other day and have a blast. Nice, man. Hey, Mark. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Community train used to mean something else back in the day. Community train. What? What? Oh, are we hype train? Hey, hype train, let's go, man. Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're hype training up in this business. Thought I was gonna say something else, but I didn't. You thought I was gonna say something else, but I didn't. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Mark dropping the hammers. I was able to get on my Nord Dragonite Werewolf. Kyle, that's literally exactly what I was playing in 2021. It was when the DK Nord 45k HP werewolves were like going crazy in Cyrodiil. I was like, I gotta try this. Matter of fact, my only werewolf character ever was my DK on live servers. So I wonder if we played the same build. You think Dragon's Appetite is good for a dot build? So I actually, it's funny you say that. I have a very informed answer on that actually. So the two versions of the dot build that I'm playing, one is using Dragon's Appetite and one isn't. So I have one using Serpents and Wretched, and one using Serpents and Dragon's Appetite. And I'll give you the summary of the difference. Dragon's Appetite is unquestionably more damage. However, if you're not playing a build that uses animal companions with the sustain passive on the front bar from an animal companion skill, you will not have the sustain to fight someone who's very good at the game. You'll beat like lots of people, no problems, because you'll have like moderate sustain and then insane damage. But as soon as you face someone good and proficient who isn't dying to your shtick in 15 seconds, you will lose because of a lack of sustain. So I actually, who did I fight? Very good player, plays with E-Man. Invalidate. I fought Invalidate twice in Cyrodiil like 3 weeks ago or something, using my main setup with Dragon's Appetite instead of Wretched. And he was the first player that had so much pressure, I literally couldn't breathe. I couldn't get off of my heels to like do anything. And that's because I didn't have the sustain to do it. So yes, Dragon's Appetite will work on this type of build, but you will find times where you're just gonna die because lack of like sustain and everything that comes with that. So something to consider. I do think on a personal standpoint, Wretched is better for multiple reasons. One, you can spam more. Two, you can dodge roll more. Three, you can like kite more. Wretched's just clearly better. And then the heal that you get from Dragon's Appetite is like garbage compared to... think about it like this. Think about it like this. So you're running Dragon's Appetite for increased damage on dots. Understandable. You also get a heal from it, which is like part of the selling point on it. I can backbar block cast as soul anytime. That's going to be bigger than my Dragon's Appetite heal. So immediately from that point, the heal is completely negligible. The heal doesn't even like factor in like a plus or minus because one button press completely wipes out like what that would provide for me. So now we have a damage increase aspect of it, which is great, but now we have a massive lack of sustain that comes with it. So can it work? Sure. But it's not as strong as it seems on a lot of builds.
Mark Timbrell always running a train on stream.
Hey, he is, dude. Mark is always running a train on stream, man. Thank you. So I'm not saying it's bad. I ran it for several days on stream, having like really good like success with it. But when I faced a really good player on a good build, I couldn't breathe. So that told me right there it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. I fell back to Wretched and everything got better. Now, what I did to compensate a little bit is I added a third protective on my Mythic. So I'm running triple protective and everything came together. Since I've done that, I've like kind of regularly went like 100 kills and single-digit deaths on stream in Cyrodiil. Like 3, 4, 5, 6 streams in a row. Which is pretty good, at least for me. Pretty good. Not being in a group, playing totally solo, playing in the morning where like you're playing like much more consistently fighting better players because there's less people there. So I don't know. Can it work? Yes. Is it a good option? I don't think so. I not on this type of build. I think it just depends. I think any good player can like show a montage to the contrary, but I would love to see that player like fighting a really good player on a good build. I think it would change things a little bit. Hate being bedridden for now, but as soon as my issues goes away, I may get on one of the stealthy characters. No, Kyle, what's going on with you, man? Oh, hopefully it's short-term bedridden. So Dragon's Appetite front bar, Wretched back bar, Animal Companions. No. You definitely don't want to do that. No. You won't have damage to kill anyone like alive at the steering wheel. Dragon's Appetite would be your sustain set. Yeah, you don't want to run Dragon's Wretched. I mean, you could, but like, there's so many better options. There's so many better options. Dragon's Appetite has 2 lines of stam recovery. So your stam's kind of covered, right? And then if you're running Animal Companions, you have Sam super sustain, and then you got pretty solid mag recovery. You can always run blue Netch, Betty Netch, and then the sustain from Animal Companions really frees up like not having to run a sustain set. So let me phrase that differently. Lots of builds don't need a sustain set if you're running Animal Companions, because Animal Companions is such good sustain. You with me? So in that case, Wretched is like putting a hat on a hat and watering yourself down like massively. I don't think I would run that unless you're running a build where like you were specifically gassed on something because like the way the cards fell or something. Dragon's Appetite is your sustain stat if running Animal Companions. Now, I will say this. If you're not running Animal Companions, then yes, you would want a sustain stat like Wretched. But then, like, you're watering your shit down so much, like, I would be surprised if you're killing someone very proficient. You'll probably like bowl over a bunch of noobs, but like, what are you trying to do? Trying to get good, or are you trying to like have like a cheesy build? So I don't know. You get to you get to decide like what type of build do you want to play. But generally speaking, animal companions will allow you to not run a sustain set because how good the sustain is. Not on all builds, but on a lot of them. So I don't think Dragon's Appetite is a bad build. I just think Serpent Sustain is like exponentially better. For sure. Pressure ulcer. Oh shit. I haven't even heard of a pressure ulcer. I gotta Google that real fast. What the heck is a pressure ulcer? Ulcers from like stress, or like how do you get an ulcer? Like too much stress, or like alcohol consumption, or spicy food or something? What is a pressure ulcer? Let me see. Pressure ulcer. Pressure ulcer. Pressure ulcers. Oh, that's on the skin. I thought it was in your stomach. Oh. That seems terrible to deal with. That seems terrible to deal with. You know what I would maybe suggest trying, Robbie? Is I would suggest trying both. Like, I can sit here and tell you all day long the difference, but unless you experience, like, it's not going to matter much. Don't worry about golding it out. Just make you a purple set of Wretched and make you a purple set of Dragon's Appetite. Yeah, keep it purple and try it out, and you'll see. You'll find out real quick the like pressure and stressor differences between the two. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. And then everybody plays different, you know? Just because like I'm saying this is best, something different may work better in your hands, and this is kind of how ESO works. Just because it's meta and great, or like the best version of something, doesn't mean that version will work well for you. So I would try it all out. 8 p.m. What? That's 7 Central. That's like 2 hours, 3 hours after I stopped streaming. Hold on, let me see. That's insane. ESO server status. Damn, Lockwood. No updates there. There's no updates on that page. Let me check Discord. Dude, there's no way they could actually know. Wait. Pause on what Lockwood says. There's no way that they could actually know that. There's no public information that actually says that. Because the only information put out is PTS will be a little later than usual, and then we'll get patch notes before it goes live. That's the only public information, and it's pretty closed off, like who has access to that. So for them to say 8 p.m., like what do they know, dude? What do they know? That's crazy. Either hallucinating, or they know a little something that we don't know. What the heck's going on, man? Lockwood's another Zos plant? Dude, Nichford was the first Zos plant we ever dealt with. Nichford was the first person that made us realize, like, there's Zos plants in chat. But we busted him, so now it's out in the open. ESO has a usual time for updates now. Well, if you go to this page, I'll show you. If you go to this page, it will tell you typically when a maintenance is gonna happen and be done. And in my experience, 9 times out of 10, they're done earlier than that time frame. Like 1 in 10 times they'll go beyond it. It's usually done a little bit sooner. So that the information we have there is not very clear at the top. Usually it'll say like maintenance from 3 a.m. Eastern to 10 a.m. Eastern. And you can kind of tell, okay, for me, I don't need to start streaming until like maybe 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And almost always they're done a little bit early. So I give them a little bit of grace when they're running late. Just because how often they're actually early on it all. I have, let's see, let's check what do we have going on over here? Let me see something real fast. I have like 5 or 6 characters on PS5 NA and 1 on EU. Very nice, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Let me see. Pup the Hound says, I hope they don't break them and they become the OP meta. Would hate to see 1,000 werewolf running around. Dude, can you imagine? I don't know. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited for the werewolf changes, honestly. Let's see. What do we have for our Tamriel, our tombs? Do we have a BG? Arena, BG, Atronox, Battleground match. Oh, hey, okay. And then we have 1 match here, so we'll get double rewards. Hey, we should do that. I do know that for BGs, we do have to run Serpent Monday. So let me change that really quick. Also, be right back like 30 seconds and we'll queue up. It do be like that though, Nishford. To quote Aristotle, it do be like that though. You know what I realized when I stepped away real fast? I used to do BGs like literally every day. Every day. I don't think I've done a single BG in 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. That's crazy for me because I've been doing BGs for years. I can say this for anybody gun shy on it, for anybody like unsure of it, for anybody like scared of it, I can say this: unquestionably, Cyrodiil is better. It's better. It's just more fulfilling. Unless you enjoy the... literally for years, I thought I enjoyed like the fishbowl environment, and I played like thousands of BGs. Dude. If you have the ability to do well, unquestionably, Cyrodiil, it's just better. It's just better. Battlegrounds have become my favorite thing to do in the game. Oh, immediately after what I just said. And I think I used to hate doing those. Okay, all right. Hey, dude, I have 6 or 7 years of doing BGs, loving it. So I'm not hating on it. I'm not hating on it. Did we change? We do have Serpent. Okay, good. We got one BG we gotta do. One. Shit. Where's the battleground queue? Solo, go. All right. All right. Why am I in the air? Why am I in the air? One battleground. Hey, Duma, if you were to pick one build to play for every type of content in the game, would you be able to pick one? And if so, what build would it be? All right, so that means dungeons, solo, trials, battlegrounds, and Cyrodiil. Jesus. Hold on. Let me think. Let me run through the Rolodex in my brain here. Okay, so I think solo is negligible. I don't think solo really matters because you can solo anything. Wait, let's draw a line in the sand, okay? Let's draw a quick line in the sand. Here's the line in the sand. And this is something that a lot of people like get lost in the sauce on, especially watching other creators who will post like their main shtick is like veteran dungeon solo builds, and everyone's like, you have to play that type of build to have a good solo build. That's like so far from reality. There are things that are meant to be soloed. Overworld, veteran Maelstrom, veteran Vadistran, shit like that. And there are things that are not meant to be soloed. Normal dungeons, veteran dungeons, stuff like that. Normal dungeons fall into things that are meant to be soloed because how easy it is. So that puts veteran dungeons in kind of its own category. I would imagine the overwhelming majority of people aren't soloing veteran dungeons. There's no reason to solo a veteran dungeon other than like for the love of the challenge or try to solo like a monster set. If you're going for gear, just solo it on normal, right? So if you differentiate that, it changes like the solo implication of things, which I think is like pretty important because there's literally no reason to have a build that can only solo like veteran dungeons. It's like putting a hat on a hat on a hat on a hat for shit like veteran Vadistran. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just unnecessary if you're not trying to solo veteran dungeons, which I would imagine most people aren't. So with that being said, any PvP build in the game can solo everything that's meant to be soloed. Veteran, both all the arenas, that normal dungeons, like any PvP build can do that. So then it comes to what DPS do you have that does enough to be relevant in dungeons and trials? I think that's the catalyst of that question. Oh, hold on. Let me think on that in this BG. Let me think on that in this BG. Let me think on it. J-Dub, solo these nuts. No, I'm not doing that. We aren't doing that. Nope. Shut up, J-Dub! What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? J-Dub's in the building, guy. Boom roasted, indeed. Boom roasted, indeed. Boom roasted, indeed. Boom roasted, indeed! No, don't you do it? Oh, I was on the wrong bar. I think Ardent Flame would be great for this build, and Hail is infinite sustain. I don't really have sustain problems, though. And I don't think giving up Storm Calling is the move. You can't give up Assassination. So that would leave Toppling Charge. If we give up Toppling Charge, then we give up Major and Minor Protection on the front bar, plus Minor Berserk, plus a stun that gives us a timer of our Major Protection and our CC immunity on our target. I don't know. I'm not saying it's the only version, but I do think. Well, in BGs, not in Overworlds. Of course it is in BGs. We don't have CP. Overworld, sustain's not a problem unless I'm getting like trained down by a group. I wouldn't say this is like a BG build. You can accommodate it for BGs, but it's mainly for Overworld. No, I would not drop Assassination for that skill line. I'll tell you why. It's because we're dealing a pressure build, and a pressure build has a ton of damage sources, and all those damage sources having a higher crit rating is going to end up being a shitload of more damage over time. So you may be a little bit more bursty than what you're saying, but we're not playing a burst build. We're playing a pressure build. So I don't think that's the move. I think you would ultimately end up with a lot less damage on proficient players. Yeah, BG is its own thing. This wasn't made for BGs. This was made for Overworld that were like squeezing into BGs, so it's different. It's a different thing. Maybe what you're saying is better for BGs, but definitely not Overworld. Definitely. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my god. Straight up dove the backline healer. Like, get wrecked, noobs. Oh, my bad. My bad. Didn't mean to be so rude about it. Didn't mean to be so rude about it.
We captured the relic!
Do you not stream on the weekends? And how do you report you to HR for not working on the weekends? Usually not. I have family hours. I realized a couple of years ago, like, the most important thing in my life is family. So I typically end stream when Doom Wifey's getting home. And then, like, I go hard during the week. Like, I'm here as much as I can for as many hours as I can. And evening and weekends are for family. Because without that, like, nothing matters. You know? What's the point? Doom Wifey's HR CEO? It's true. It's true. She's all the things. She's all the things. That's boss lady. Boss lady doing big boss things. I'm sort of the opposite of HR in this stream. It is true. You are what we would consider a walking HR nightmare. A walking HR nightmare. Nishford, have a seat, please. Nishford, have a seat, please. Yalla! There we go. I like thinking of myself as both a benefit and a liability. That is a very, very accurate. So did they go over the werewolf changes? Not yet, Jeffrey, not yet. We're waiting on it. We're waiting on it to go live. It's not live yet. We don't have patch notes nor the actual PTS yet. We're waiting on it. We're waiting on it. On it, baby. We're waiting on it. We're waiting on it.
Now's our chance.
Dude, I took down all of my monitors this weekend and I remounted them to the wall, and everything is like so much higher right now. It's messing me up. Everything's like way in the air. Like feels like 2 feet above my head. It's crazy.
At the ready. Protect the relic.
No, they're the same. Armor and resistances are the same.
Yes, we're taking the relic.
I did a few dungeons. Oh, he's back! J-Dub's back, everybody! Do most people only use Arcanist and Beam? Hey, he's getting it. He's getting it! He finally understands how it works. Yes, it is a very easy way to do very well. So it's gravitated towards quite a lot. J-Dub's back, baby. I knew we'd get him. I freaking knew we'd get him. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. We got him. We freaking got him, y'all. J-Dub's back, everybody. Woo-wee. Ah, nice. Dude, we put the whole team on the wall. The whole team is AFK on the wall. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Somebody capture the thing, please. Somebody capture the thing. Somebody capture the thing.
Strength of Malakat, retaking the relic.
We did it. It's an easy build to make and parse, so everything else in their mom uses it. Makes me sad because I love Arcanist and people actually look down on the green beam. Oh, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just the easiest thing. So okay, I'll explain, J-Dub. So you left way before Arcanist came out. So there was a recognition that there's an overwhelming majority of people who just kind of prefer to play the game like a little bit more casually. So when the Arcanist came out, they introduced the beam aspect of it. The beam aspect of it in the history of this game was the easiest to do well with. The only thing ever rivaling it would be mag jabs on a Templar, and that's not even close to what like a beam is. Like exponentially more so, beam is better. So on top of that, it was the newest class, so it was massively overtuned. And then you had subclassing come out, which was pretty simple to like make anything go Super Saiyan. So what you ended up with was a build that was very easy to do well with, that was way overtuned, that went Super Saiyan with subclassing. So you have a build that's 3 or 4 buttons max. Most of the time you're spent channeling 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds of beam. So an incredibly low APM build that pushes out the same level, if not more DPS than the most meta setup, while also doing complete AoE damage. So you'd have a person who can have really, really good parsing damage, change nothing, and have really, really great trash damage. So naturally it became like massively like popular, as you can imagine. So, and then that's why you have like whole trials of like green beams like spinning around. There's different builds for like trash, different builds for like single target now, but like it's very easy to do well. It's a very low APM, and it's very popular for those reasons, I would say. I'm not shitting on any of that. It is what it is. It's easy to do well with. It's low PM and it's low APM, and it's a lot of damage. It's hard to hate on that. Battleground complete. Go. Boom. And then we get to turn this in. Par for the 8v8 BGQs. One group gets walloped and the other is walloping. That's it, dude. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. That's how it works. I am looking forward to so much the 3-sided BGs again. I would even go far as to say, as someone who like I'm thinking about it. I think I played BGs more than anything else in the game. Let me see. Maybe solo content. It may be a wash between like solo content and BGs. So I have like easily multiple thousands of hours in BGs. And I can't say this. As someone who enjoyed it for years and years and years, 8v8s made me almost instantly enjoy it like a lot less. It's just not the same for like a myriad of reasons we've discussed on stream. So I believe that when they bring back the 3-sided BGs, like we'll see like a surgence in popularity in BGs again. For exactly what you said. It's so easy for one team to get put on the wall, and next game you're on the wall. Other team, they're on the wall. Next game, they're on the wall. Tis what it is, man. If we bring back 3-sided BGs and they incentivize it, oh, dude. Oh, dude, it's gonna be nasty. I missed the death pits for cheese pills, cheese kills. Yeah, dude. Getting up on the wall and just parsing down below. I feel ya. I feels ya. Let's see. Anything? As of 12:30, which is 15 minutes ago, they're looking at least a couple of more hours. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I was so looking forward to today. We might have to end up doing a Werewolf PTS day tomorrow. I'm mad. I'm mad because I was looking forward to it. Imagine incentivized repeatable content in 2026. I see what you did there. What should I parse on for PvP build? So I would use a 3 mil right here. Okay. And this is an area of like it's got a lot of variance. So most PvP builds are burst related builds. So like you line up like, I don't know, whatever, beetles, end cap, and bow procs, and it's what you can put out in a burst window. So asking what you can parse on a build is really hard to narrow down. Now I can say this, there are pressure builds that are not necessarily burst builds, which is what I'm playing. I'm not playing a burst build, I'm playing more of a pressure build, even though I do have burst. So that being said, if you can sustain 30k on a 3 mil, that's not horrible. That's pretty decent. It's pretty good. If you can sustain 40k, that's very good. Very good. Meaning like properly, like keeping your buffs refreshed and everything like that. If you can parse 50k on a 3 mil, that's almost unheard of. And when I say parse, I don't mean for like a 5 to 10 second window. I mean like indefinitely be able to sustain it. So if you can go between 40 and 50, that's extremely good. Extremely good. 30k is like pretty solid. Less than 30k is kind of like, it's not really impressive to anybody. I really just meant the, what dummy? Oh, yeah, 3 mil. 3 mil for sure. I would do 3 mil for PvP. Patch notes! Okay, we're doing it. Hold on. Patch notes, let's go! Okay, here we go. I'll bring it up. I'm excited. Here we go, boys! All right, here we go. Everyone panic. Okay, panic over. Let me mute the game. Let's do patch notes. Audio. Easy. All right, here we go. Desktop go. All right, patch notes. Let me see. Let me get the size of everything correct. We can zoom this in a little bit more. Bring it over. I want the biggest screen possible for mobile folks. There we go. All right, here we go. Ready? Patch notes. All right, 12.0.0 for PC and Mac. Here we go. Welcome to the Elder Scrolls Online 12.0. This PTS cycle will focus on update 50, new content for coming later for season 0 and season 1. It will also focus on general bug fixes coming to ESO. This update has several systems coming online to give you more flexibility and agency around the way you play and are rewarded. Those systems include challenge difficulty, a new opt-in system for you to tailor your difficulty experience. I believe that's the overworld thing, if I remember that correctly. PvP veterancy. This new system rewards players who participate in Cyrodiil, Imperial City, and Battlegrounds with unique cosmetics, titles, consumables, perks for vengeance, and more. Let's freaking go. Class mastery. It is update 50. This new feature grants access to powerful passive effects for characters that have reached level 50 in their native class skill lines and are not actively subclassing. Nice. Okay. Additionally, Update 50 sees the updated Werewolf refresh from the Combat Refresh team. This is your chance to provide feedback for adjustments and or changes that needed to be made. Send your feedback in to the Werewolf. Send it in, send it in. These updates are also in addition to bugs and other class adjustments. This PTS cycle is where you will also be able to test the new Thieves Guild and Sheograth questlines coming later in Season 1. The all-new favor systems will also be available to test. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Please keep an eye out for the specific dates below for various testing. For some in-game event fun, Seal of Xanathar is also available this week. Nice. Lastly, you will also see more quality of life improvements from our player improvements team. These are a bit bigger in scope for Update 150. For example, Guild Mail will be available to test and put through its paces. Okay. This PTS cycle is a pretty beefy one, and we look forward to all of your participation in our feedback threads. All PCNA characters have been copied this week. Hey, we're on PCNA. Let's go. Nice. We look forward to you reading through your feedback on the new content, season systems, and overall adjustments to this update, which is approximately 3 gigabytes in size. Dang, that's crazy. All right, overview. Skip all of this. We have challenge difficulty season 0 content. Challenge difficulty will be released as part of season 0. 3 giggity bytes. Is PTS out yet? It'll come out in the next couple of hours. We're a couple hours behind patch notes. A new opt-in system for you to tailor your difficulty experience is available. From the character selection screen, you can choose between 3 additional difficulties, which will be applied in overland encounters, story instances, and delves in public dungeons. Oh. And whoa. Wait a minute. Pause. Hey, thank you for the follow, dude. Dungeons, trials, arenas, Infinite Archive, and the night market are exempt. I was so excited. That that was part of it.
Hell no. To the no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
Okay, all right. I get why though. That makes sense. It's mainly for Overworld. Okay, moving on. Once selected, monsters will do increased damage to you and reduce your damage to them, but you will gain more experience and gold for your effort. Okay, these 4 difficulties are now available. Adventurer. This is the current challenge difficulty and default within the game. There is no associated effect, and all rewards are as they are now. If you like how Overland currently operates, then this is the difficulty that is right for you. So basically, everyone in the game, as of today, is playing on noob mode. I didn't say that. They said that. Seasoned. You will take 100% more damage from monsters and do 20% less damage. You will receive 50% more gold and 20% more experience from monsters. Master. You will take 300% more damage from monsters and do 50% less damage. You will receive 100% more gold and 75% more experience from monsters. Okay. And Vestige, I'm not sure how to say that. This will be the most difficult option at launch. You will take 600% more damage from monsters and will deal 80% less damage. You will receive 200% more gold and 100% more experience from monsters. Okay. Kung Fu says, today, Junior. Doomer reading reminds me of the kid from Happy Gilmore. Hey, dude. Hey. I'm doing the best that I can. Okay? Doing the best that I can. All right. PvP Veterancy Season 0 content. PvP Veterancy will be released as part of Season 0. The PvP Veterancy system is available for all Warriors of Tamriel. This new system rewards players who participate in Cyrodiil, Imperial City, and Battlegrounds with unique cosmetics, titles, consumables, perks, and vengeance, and more. Those are exempt because difficulty can be increased manually through the play of the content. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Fishmonger on YouTube. To access the Veterancy system, simply navigate your campaign selection, scoring UI, and you will find the new tab for Veterancy. With the Veterancy UI, you'll be able to scroll through the entire system to see the rewards you can earn. Some rewards are granted automatically, like the Vengeance perks, while others must be claimed like items. Okay, okay. Various permanent titles are earned throughout Veterancy. Titles are also earned at rank 50+, which can be set anytime, just like regular titles. Okay, okay. Did they add class passives in the PTS? I'm not sure yet. I think they said yes. I think so, but I'm not there yet. Some titles will return from season to season to get a chance to re-earn them, while others are dedicated to the season. For example, Season 1 of Veterancy, the title Brutalist and Sovereign are tied to this season alone, while other titles like Striker can be earned every season. Okay. Okay. Temporary titles with a new HUD element in your target panel are applied while in Veterancy zones to allow your current Veterancy season rank. This is where the CP level normally would be displayed, so you'll get a sense of a player's current active status in the season. Interesting, interesting. You'll also see their Lifetime Alliance rank on the right side of the target display. Veterancy progresses through AP and, to a lesser amount, XP gains in any Cyrodiil battle campaign, Battlegrounds, or Imperial City. Okay, dude, I'm loving all the PvP stuff. There are 100 ranks to Veterancy. At max ranks of Veterancy, you will earn a repeatable reward. Veterancy has the average duration of 6 months or 6 30-day Cyrodiil campaign durations, depending on patch cycle timing and relation to campaign ending timings, after which a new PvP Veterancy season will begin. All right. Vengeance Campaign Season 0 content. The Vengeance Campaign will be released as part of Season 0. Vengeance Campaign is up full-time with other campaign changes. Okay. In this update, Vengeance Campaign is available full-time as a campaign to select for your Cyrodiil battles. Okay. 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 Real quick pin in this. A real quick observation. They are splitting the community, the PvP community, between those that enjoy Cyrodiil and those that want to play the new Vengeance mode. Something to consider of how successful this may be. They did say that the Vengeance cap, I believe, is going to be much higher than the standard Cyrodiil cap. So we'll see how good it actually works. What I hope we don't see is a situation like in the past of them listening to people who didn't know what they were saying and being like, I want a deathmatch only queue, and I want a duo capture the flag only queue, and I only play fucking domination, and I only play with 3 people, so I need a 3-person queue for domination. And they added all these queues, and what ends up happening is it doesn't change the number of people queuing, but now you have the same number of people queuing chopped up into more buckets of queues, which ends up perpetuating all the situations that we have, like longer queue times, unbalanced matches, this, that, and the other. I'm hoping we don't see that with Cyrodiil. However, I'm pretty sure 7 days a week, Cyrodiil ends up like pop locked, right? In the evenings. So I would imagine we got some wiggle room. As long as that doesn't start to happen, I think we'll be okay to experiment with like a new type of campaign. Hope your day goes smoothly. God bless you. Hey, God bless you as well, man. Thank you for the patch notes. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Okay, as a reminder, this campaign has modified abilities, loadouts, unique perks, and a higher population cap. Oh, there it is. 3 times the cap of normal Citadel campaigns. Okay, it's right there. Well, Kieran, brother, come on, cut it out. To allow for truly large-scale battles. Nice, nice, nice. That also means for bigger stress test on the server, which is good info. This campaign will be a 30-day duration campaign. Okay. Other campaign changes. Perks earned through the veterancy system will be available to apply to your loadouts while in Vengeance. New loadout skill lines have been added to give even more options for your build while in Vengeance. New loadout skill lines. Okay. There are 6 new abilities per loadout for Soldier, Vanguard, Battle Medic, and Scout, leaning into the playstyle of those loadouts. We'll come back to all this in a minute. Greyhost campaigns will also be available. However, Ravenwatch, Ice Reach, and Black Reach campaigns will be closed down. We will be monitoring population as always to see the campaigns need to be reopened or added as Update 50 goes live and the population settle down a few weeks after launch. Okay, this is what I have always understood about ESO. ESO is massively horizontal. You have a billion systems in this game, and that massive horizontal aspect is what makes it so enjoyable to put together a type of build and whatnot that you want to play. That's the whole shtick of ESO PvP, is getting to have this like highly customized or this unique or this like really whatever type of build. When you do something like this, you homogenize all of that and you take away all of that freedom. So you take away the thing that the overwhelming majority of players enjoy about the game in the first place, to give them a cookie cutter version of where they came from. Am I wrong in that? I'm not like preaching, I'm asking. Am I wrong in that understanding? That's how I view that. I view that as a watered down cookie cutter version of the game that we enjoy and the reason that we're playing it, with all the, like the crazy horizontal aspects of it. Like I don't want to play your version of a soldier. I want to play my version of a soldier that I cobble together from the CP and the abilities and the skill lines and the gear and all that type of stuff. Right? Am I missing something? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I haven't experienced it enough yet. The Vengeance aspects. Class Mastery Season 0 content. Class Mastery will be released as part of Season 0. Okay. The Class Mastery system. There you go. Who asked that? Axis. There you go, man. The Class Mastery system is a new feature that grants access to powerful passive effects for characters that have mastered, i.e. reached level 50, in all 3 of their native skill lines and are not actively subclassing. So it's increasing the strength of pure class builds. Here we can explain the rules and mechanics of these skill lines, while the actual passives will be listed in the combat section. These skill lines will utilize class mastery points distinct from skill points. These are exclusively utilized in your class mastery skill line and are unlocked automatically when you unlock class mastery. For the time being, you are limited to 2, which are both immediately granted. Okay. Losing access to class mastery in any capacity will refund these points and their effects. And the respec process is the same as normal skill points through the respect and armory systems. All right. Okay. Activating subclassing in any capacity by swapping out 1 or more of your native class skills will automatically refund and unlearn any currently active purchases from class mastery. So it's only for pure class setups. The skill line will also remain hidden while subclassing, only appearing again when you respec into your native class skill lines. The skill line will appear grayed out in your skills page on low-level characters with a small blurb on how to unlock the skill line. Okay. This system is highly iterative and will likely see significant changes over time. I would imagine so. I would also imagine this is a great way to like balance things in the future, like nip and tuck and push and pull. As its primary goal is to lessen the gap between subclassing and pure or monoclassing. I'm never going to say monoclassing. I'm not. Cut it out right now. Everybody right now veto the term monoclassing. We're not saying it. I don't know why, but I hate it. I'm not saying monoclassing. Damn it. I've said it 3 times now. Okay. Each class will have its own unique skill line called Class Mastery, which currently holds 5 unique passives that augment or upgrade the core experiences of the specific class. Each passive requires 1 class mastery point to learn, but can be respec'd at any time within the respect feature. These effects range from agnostic power increases to more role-centric or passive-specific upgrades. So make sure to read carefully and see how these effects can influence your character. Interesting. These passives should be passive for a player to pick. I think that's how it's intended to work here. J-Dub said he loved the idea of monoclassing. Someone ban J-Dub immediately. Ban J-Dub immediately. Pure Sorcerer Werewolf benefits the most from conservation of energy and static reverberation. Hey, look at you already diving in. Okay. All right, here we go. Shh. Passive effects stating they upgrade a specific effect means they will require you to have access to the effect. I mean, obviously, you gotta have the thing to affect the thing. For example, a passive that upgrades 2 ranks of blood magic will require you to purchase blood magic rank 2 before the dude. We live in a world in 2026 where this is a relevant thing to say for people. You know, everybody in this chat right now are like, fucking obviously, but all of us also know that there's going to be those 3 assholes that's going to post on the forums being like, if I don't have the blood magic, will it actually affect my skills line if I don't have... No! It won't! Obviously! Okay, moving on. Tamriel Tomes, new features. You are now able to swap between multiple owned premium Tamriel Tomes, progress multiple tomes with challenges, and use tome points to obtain unlock rewards on any owned tome. Is that way different than current? Attention span of a goldfish? Amen. I give up trying to monoclass. Dude, you said monoclass on purpose. I'm so mad at you. I gave up. I see. My bad. I prejudged on accident. I gave up saying monoclassing if everyone else agrees to not say Stamplar, Magden, Stamcrow, Bokinus, or the like. So cringe. I don't think that's cringe. That's pretty like standard. Like, wait. Let's peel that back a little bit. You had classes, Templar, Sorcerer, Dragon Knight, Nightblade, and then back in the day, you had Stamina or Magicka. So you had Stamplar or Magplar, Stamblade or Magblade, Stam whatever or Mag whatever. That made a lot of sense back in the day. That's not cringe. That's efficient. What are we talking about? Okay, moving on. Upon logging into the PTS, you'll be granted the Season Update 49 PTS and Season 50 PTS Premium Tamriel Tomes to help test this functionality. Okay. Monoclass it is then? Oh, I see how it is. All right, we're fighting. Oh, I want to smack you with a closed fist right now. I'm just kidding. The end of season experience has been added to the game. You can read more about how this works and our thinking behind it here at Tamriel Tomes Season 0 Developer Update. Elder Scrolls Online, this includes the following. Okay, we just talked about that. You can now obtain additional rerolls for weekly challenges by spending gold. Okay. This is in addition to the 5 free weekly challenges rerolls every week. The initial cost for additional rerolls is 500 gold, increasing up to a maximum of 10,000 gold with subsequent use. This cost resets back to 500 every Tuesday after the weekly reset. Okay. Upon reaching the bonus pages, the unnumbered pages at the end of the Tamriel Tome, you will unlock additional repeatability for weekly challenges. Okay. Season 50 PTS challenges, brand new weekly and seasonal challenges await you on the PTS. Come test out the challenges that will launch season 1. All right. User experience. The tome points and premium tome token purchases now have new icons. Okay. The Gold Coast Bazaar season section, as well as the Tamriel Tomes seasonal challenge, have a new icon. Okay. Seems to be like small little updates. Okay. Here we go. Combat refresh. Here we go. Listen up. Werewolf. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. With update 50, Werewolf skill line, balance, and visuals have been refreshed. I do not have a speech impediment. Refreshed. A couple of highlights of the overall changes are as follows. You should now find it easier to maintain your werewolf form, explained further in the combat section. New werewolf models have been implemented for both male and female player characters. The new werewolf models are roughly 20% larger than previous models. That's 1/5. Ashen, black, and white skill styles have been added for werewolf transformation ability and its morphs. These skill styles will be earnable in-game via the new dynamic encounter system. Have we learned about the dynamic encounter system? I don't remember that at all from anything. Mag DK, Stam DK. Yeah. See, you get it. Piercing Howl is now Nash. A new ability for all werewolves to enjoy. A new slaughter mechanic has been added, which is akin to the Vampire's Feed and Blade of Woe assassinations. Vampire's Feed is sucking on a neck, giggity, to increase your rank, or spread the curse to another player. Blade of Woe assassination is just assassinating people. I don't think I understand that yet. You can now press the crouch button while playing as a werewolf, and you will enter Prowl, which is a new mechanic that reduces your aggression radius against monsters by 66% and allows you to sniff out hidden enemies with stealth detection. This mechanic also makes it easier for you to go into Slaughter Rampage. Have fun. Anybody else totally lost? I'm totally lost. Further details on the werewolf balance and changes can be found in the combat section. Sheesh. Okay. I think Slaughter is a rework of Devour. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of unclear. Dragon Knight. Oh, here we go. Our first round of nerfs. Are we getting nerfs? Damn, it can't be buffs. The team has also been addressing bugs and player feedback from the first round of refreshes that launch in Update 49. These changes includes, here you go. Here you go. Oh, here we go. Are we going to have like PvPers ass sweating because suddenly the mediocre became super proficient, being able to kill 30 people in a row with vicious death whips? Let's find out. Added an emerald green skill style. Well, I wasn't around the bullseye. For Dragon Knight's Dragonfire Breath, Searing Strike, and Magma Armor. These will be available via the Style Master. Moving on. Added a skill style for Dragon Knight's multiple weapons that does not include a weapon override. This will be available for free via the Gold Coast Bazaar. Updated the animation for Dragon Knight's Earth Spike Mantle to read as more outwardly aggressive, though a more dramatic silhouette change. Now, pause. Now, I can say this. The fact that the Dragon Knight was not nerfed on the next major patch is actually A, very telling, B, a very good sign. I'll tell you why. Historically, in every MMO ever since Jesus was on Earth, whenever something new comes out, it's overpowered because they want you to play it, they want you to buy it. This new team at ZOS seems to have a very obvious new direction of the game. I think we can all agree upon that. And the DK was not nerfed, which hopefully means that all of the new pure class that are coming, giggity, is going to be, thank you for the follow, on par or at least in the general strength range of the new DK, which I think we can all agree is welcomed. Everybody wants to go Super Saiyan. Everybody's tired of immortal tanks and PvP. That's pretty good. All right, leave the DKs freaking overpowered. I can ride out whip bullshit for a while as long as the Warden and the Sorcerer and the Nightblade and everything else coming out after it is like on the same page. Let's freaking go. Bring back strength again. Make players die again. Moving on. All right, new Thieves Guild quest lines. This quest line goes live during the week of the PTS cycle. It will be available through April 14th around 10 a.m. ET. The Thieves Guild comes to Glenumbra. Okay. These are just cosmetic updates. Yeah, I think so. Doom is losing his mind? Hey. I resemble that remark. Deep inside the Outlaws' refuge in Daggerfall, a group of outlaws vie for the position of Guildmaster in the newly forming branch of Thieves Guild in Tamriel. Join Quinn the High Elf as she helps the local shepherds this new guild into existence. ... And tries to keep them alive against the rivals, the Coldane Cartel. Explore new levels of thievery and legerdemain alongside the Guildmaster candidates and uncover the secret treasures of a mysterious otherworldly vault. Okay. 8 new story quests. New Finder quest. Access to all Heist and Thieves Guild daily quests from the Thieves Guild Den and Daggerfall. New consumable item, Somnol Powder. New mythic item, earnable through the Thieves Guild. Hey, an earnable. Is this the first earnable mythic? I think all mythics have been just knock out the 5 leads or whatever. That's interesting. Many other new rewards. Updates to the Glenumbra zone, including new areas to steal from or explore. Okay. Sheograth returns. This quest line goes live during the week 2 of PTS cycle. So next week. It will be available April 21st around 10 a.m. ET. Sheograth takes a holiday. Uncle Sheo. Okay. Help Noth the Unhinged summon her lord and master Sheograth, Daedric Prince of the Shivering Isles, as he visits Tamriel on an expedition to discover and enjoy as much cheese as possible. Hey, real quick in chat. Mild, medium, or sharp cheddar? I think there's an obvious answer. But can anything ever be that simple with the Prince of Madness? Sheograth wants a holiday, but finds himself embroiled in a power struggle, and you need to help the Mad Prince of Tamriel, and perhaps all of Nirn will suffer. Hard cheese indeed. Okay. You're lactose intolerant? Dude, way to throw a wet freaking towel on the party immediately, Lockwood. Jesus. Sharp? I'm a mild and medium guy. I like my cheese that tastes good. I had that in the pocket as soon as I said it. As soon as I said it, I was waiting to say that as soon as someone said sharp. Okay, 6 new story quests, new friends and villains, new rewards. Okay, favors. This will be available during week 1 of the PTS. That's today. Favors will be available starting April 14th around 10 a.m. Oh, that's tomorrow. Wait a minute. Same here, Emma. Mild, medium. They're saying, oh, week 1 doesn't necessarily mean day 1. My fault. I can't read. I can't read. The organization known as the Free Runners has set up posting boards throughout each alliance. These new daily quests are specific to characters in their respective alliance, and each character's quest can be completed once per day. Okay, more dailies, more dailies. Upon completing a favorite quest, players will receive both rewards and a letter from that character detailing an ongoing story that unfolds across 20 quests per character. Jesus. These quests are character specific rather than account wide, so they can be completed on multiple characters if desired. Okay, okay. Favorite quest will send players throughout the world to take part in a variety of activities, including defeating delve bosses, fishing, crafting, feeding stray kittens, stopping assassins, and more. Dude, for those that like that type of stuff, that seems like pretty huge for y'all. Yeah? Are we liking this? Is this checking people's boxes? Player experience improvements. In update 50, the player experience improvements team has 10 new quality of life changes they're adding to the game. 10 new quals. Are we ready for the quals? Here we go. Here's the quals. Qual 1, Guild Mail. Guild Mail is an extension of the in-game system designed to connect and update guild members at every level. Guild mailers are a centralized in-game resource to update members about events, raffles, gatherings, hangouts, and more. What will your guild do with Guild Mail? Now, while this is a probably welcome addition for some, this was literally part of Vanilla WoW. So what have we been doing? As a member, you will receive guild mail and the guild mail section of your guild mail box. These mails can be deleted when seen. Okay, moving on. Qual 2, Mages Guild transmute stations. After all of these years, the Mages Guild has finally cracked the code on creating their own version of a transmute station. These fabulous new stations have been installed at the following locations, meant to make it even easier for you to do everything you want on the major crafting hubs. Okay, all of these cities have transmute things, not just what is it called? What's the robot city called? With Asylum Sanctorium, what's that zone? Anybody? What's Clockwork? Yeah, other than Clockwork. Thank you. Okay, Qual 3, Path to Adventure. This new personal Golden Pursuit campaign is a feature meant to provide guidance and rewards to new players, as well as returning players who have not acquired the level 20 account-wide achievement. For new players, they'll encounter a new pop-up after completing the Soul Shriven and Cold Harbor tutorial that will guide them to the path to Adventure Golden Pursuit campaign. For returning players, this probably will apply to a lot of people. This is great. They'll see it first thing on their next login and be offered a short mini quest that'll help them rediscover combat basics. Dude, huge. Love it. Big win. I like that. The campaign will help guide them along the way from getting a mount more quickly to gathering sky shards, upgrading their bag, exploring zones, and taking on quests. Nice. That's good. Really positive aspect. Very often do we hear people like coming back to the game and being totally lost. So something that holds your hand to like catch you up is really great. This campaign also features a new hint feature where you aren't quite sure about what to do next or how to go about it. You can get a hint guide to your next path to adventure task. Nice. Okay. Qual 4, exemplary item deconstruction. You have now added the ability for you to deconstruct your exemplary items or sell them for gold. What's an exemplary item though? You have white, green, blue, purple, gold, and mythic. What is exemplary? I have no idea. It's purple jewelry, the purple research ones that drop from coffers. Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Daily quest limit cap increased. We have increased the cap on the number of daily quests that can be completed on a character per day from 50 to 100. Developer note, we saw too many players naturally hitting this cap via sharing quest, playing together, and during events. Those players are the richest players in the games. They are like frothing in gold. Consequently, we have now raised this to reduce the unnecessary friction it presented. Nice, okay. Qual 5, updated text on the character selection screen. Previously, on the character selection screen, if you pressed back, the game would log you out. We have updated this text to be appropriate labeled as log out. Sir or ma'am, this is not on par with anything else. Okay, companion experience rate gain improvements. We have doubled the amount of experience your companions gain from combat at each of the rapport levels. You should find this means your companion will level more quickly, particularly at the higher rapport levels. Okay, nice. Vampire and werewolf quest improvements. We have made a series of improvements to the vampire and werewolf quest to further improve them from our initial pass on update 49. First, we have made it so all players who are not currently either a vampire or werewolf can take the quest starters from the Crown Store. Big appreciation for that. If you have never been a vampire or a werewolf before, these starters will get you to the relevant quest givers for you to begin the process of transforming into your fightiest self. Fightiest self. I like that word. Is that a word? I don't know. I'm going to start using it now. Fightiest self. Further, we have eliminated the gold cost requirement for you to get cured in-game by Priest of RK. They will now cure you of the goodness of their hearts. Dude, is this the first emoji that we've ever seen in a patch notes? Is this the first emoji patch notes? Let's go, 2026. We have also added lines if you wish to flirt with either Aziza or Brothel. Gross. Last but not least, we have also done some world bending improvements and updated some VO to clear up some Molag Ball versus LeMay Ball inconsistencies. Have you not seen Aziza? Honestly, I don't even know who it is. I just assumed they were a vampire or a werewolf, which like, that's gross. All right, AFK timer and character create. Previously, the AFK timer in the character creation screen was 5 minutes. This could result in players losing their progress and cool created characters if they walked away from the wrong moment or did not touch the keys while thinking of a perfect name. Stop. Pause. Who, comma, the fuck sat there? Can you, I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine me staring at you. For 5 minutes. Who is staring for 5 minutes at the friggin' name thing? 5 minutes? That's so long. It doesn't sound like long, but 5 minutes is a long time. 5 minutes? Holy shit. That's so long. Stop calling me out. Okay. All right. My bad. My bad. I didn't realize. I mean, respectfully, okay, I think I'm too far in a hole. My bad. All right, fuck. All right, moving on. This AFK timer will now have been increased to 15 minutes, so this is much less likely to occur. Dude, listen. If you stare at a name entry screen for more than 15 minutes, the average pace for like your in-shape person to run 2 miles and make it back. I don't even know. I'm moving on. I don't even know what to say to that. Motif sourcing information added. We have added the sourcing information where possible to all motifs, both in the book and chapter descriptions. Now, when perusing motifs in the Crown Store, you can have the full information of where they are sourced in the game. Okay, that's not bad. This is meant to help eliminate the potential regret and to enable the player to have all the information they need to make an informed decision in-game. Okay, can't hate on that. In-game events, Seal of Zenithar. The Seal of Zenithar honors the Tamrielic god of commerce and hard work. Hard work. And during this blessed time of year, you can earn extra rewards by engaging in those activities. There's a lot to this event, so let's get started. So much. Half his characters have thick. It's true. It's true. Hey. Shut up. Okay. To begin, you can pick the introductory quest, the unrefusable offer from Aminus Varro at the Balkarth Festival Grounds, or get the free quest starter from the Crown Store. A helpful portal is at every Impresario tent to take you straight to the city if you don't know the way. Once completed, you may pick up the single daily quest associated with the event, Honest Toil, and complete any single one of the activities listed for the daily trade bars and gold quality reward box. If you have already completed the unrefusable offer in previous year, you are welcome to do so again as a refresher, but it is not required. This event takes place at the festival area outside Belkarth as noted. This festival ground has a couple of uncommon or unique vendors with special callouts for dude, what the fuck? Nenulara. It's Italian. Get over it. The Endrick vendor and Zanil Theron, the luxury furnisher, who shows up here whenever he would otherwise appear, even outside the Seal of Zenithar. Okay. Achievements, new titles, and dies. There are 58 achievements in total planned for update 50, totaling 1,050 achievement points. I actually don't know what that means. I have no frame of reference for how many achievement points is a lot or little, but it seems like a lot, so we DJ horned it. With 4 new titles and 7 new dies. This guy rocks. How am I just now finding him? Hey, welcome. People need to use the chat GPT to come up with the best pun or fantasy sounding name possible. Hey, easy. Easy. All right, titles. The title Superior Thief. Oh, that's niche for stealing my heart on the regular. I regretted that one immediately. Is rewarded for you completing the Exonerator achievement. The title Battle Scarred is rewarded for you completing the Give No Quarter achievement. The title Vestige of is rewarded for you completing the Drums of War Are Sounding achievement. The title Free Runner is rewarded for you completing the Around the Ouroboros achievement. If you don't roll the R's in Ouroboros, are you even actually saying the word? I don't think so. Okay, dies. The die. Okay, we're gonna skip dies. Lots of dies. Dies. Achievement reorganization. All right, we're gonna skip that. That. Holy shit, that's a lot. That's a lot longer section than I thought it was gonna be. Skip. Once again, provide you with 2 PTS templates to choose from. Okay, nice. Pretty standard. You may notice a small increase in time it takes to populate guild history. Okay. Icons for vengeance loadout skills are in progress. Okay, fair. Werewolf skill style icons are still mid pounce flight. I'll give you that one. And are missing or incorrectly displayed or the following. Okay, we should do a bet in Discord of how many hundreds of posts or comments of people who didn't read this who are going to report that this is scuffed. And they're going to be like so proud of themselves. Okay, werewolf transformation icons are missing. Nash, previously Piercing Howl icon, is still displayed still displaying an icon for the piercing howl version. Okay, so we got a little bit of scuff stuff going on with Werewolf. All good. Class mastery, nothing wasted. The Necromancer class mastery passive can result in the stacks becoming stuck on your character in a very specific condition, while still letting you generate stacks again, allowing you to bypass its stack count. Okay, pretty nuanced right there. Guild mail, I'm gonna skip this just because we had this 14 years ago in WoW. Path to Adventure, Heroes Return. We are in the process of refining these additional pop-ups, as well as ensuring that players in these personal campaigns also are able to see the Tamriel Tome page 0. Okay. In the future, you should expect that a player will only see one announce per session, whether it be Heroes Return, OG announcement panel, or the Tome page 0. Okay, a little bit lost in that. This would sometimes incorrectly show as player rezoned. Okay. Combat and abilities. Oh, this is a big one. Real big one. Fixed an issue where light attacks could become stuck in the ability queue when there were multiple attempts to light attack while using ability with a cast or channel time. Okay, that's gonna apply to people who are real like spammy in nature, like myself. This should resolve the issue where your character would become stuck in what appeared as a heavy attack animation when using these abilities, attempting to weave rapidly. This happens to me like all the time, especially in the PTS. I get stuck in like a heavy attack thing, and I got like spam click to like clear it. Okay, cool. I thought it was an add-on. that was messing me up. Glad it was an in-game thing. The buff from continuous attack no longer drops in the vicinity of the lowland bandit camp. Interesting. Player pets have had their defensive capabilities updated to account for the ever-growing power scaling updates for player abilities. Okay, let's see. Pets 85% damage reduction against area and overtime effects has been updated to also include any proc-based damage. This is purely a PvP-centric adjustment. Okay, moving on. Updated the damage limits pets have never taken more. Go back. Updated the damage limits pets have to never take more than 33% of their max health in a single attack rather than 45%. Updated the damage limits pets have to never take more than. Thanks for the follow, dude. Am I just wrong, or is this a bad sentence? Updated the damage limit. Am I having a stroke? I smell toast. Updated the damage limits pets have to take to never take more than 33% of their max health in a single attack rather than 45%. It is a bad sentence? Okay, all right, moving on. Corrupted Pollen's debuffs now sorts closest to area center instead of targets missing most health. Oh, okay. A little bit of skill capped on the user to drop it on top of the most needed whatever. It makes sense to you? No. The following effects now updated per tick instead of on area enter. Hold on. The following effects now update per tick instead of on area enter. So not as soon as you enter, when it ticks. So you're looking at 1 to 2 damage, anywhere between 0.1 to 2 seconds of change. All of these things. Okay. All right. It's when things tick. That's fair. Also, if you think about it, this should massively help with calculations. Hold on. Let's think about this math in the air real quick. If I drop an effect on the ground, okay? Boom, it's on the ground. And all of you walk into that effect at random times. The server has to calculate all of y'all's damage tick times of when you walked in, all the individual stuff. However, if I put an area effect on the ground and it's static, meaning at this interval, people take damage. It doesn't matter when you walked into it. You're still only going to take damage when the intervals tick. If you factor Cyrodiil as a whole, that should be a massive, massive reduction in calculations, if I'm reading that correctly. I think this is from Duma's always attacking Healy birds. Hey, you got to. Sometimes you got to do it. Rip Winterborn, pulse gank nerf. Good. Right? Good? Good. All right, moving on. Fix an issue where some bonuses that granted damage done to monsters were multiplicative with other damage bonuses instead of additive. Affects the following. Ansel's Torment. Also adjust the set to 6% damage done to monsters, increasing to 18% for 30 seconds after interrupting, rather than 7 to 14. Okay. Boss Eye, increase the set bonuses to 12, up from 10. Empower, Shadowcloak, Tideborn, and Velothi. What's the comments on this one? This fix will result in the affected effects to be reduced in power when used in tandem with other percent-based damage bonuses. While we've gently increased some of the affected effects, some of these remain untouched until we get more data on average value impacts, since the change in power was dependent on what other bonuses were being ran in tandem, which we can rectify during the PTS or in future update necessary. Okay, that's fair. But also, huge troll for saying affected effects and affected effects the second time. I don't have a better phrasing, but come on! All right, visual and audio bug fixing. Okay, I'm going to move on from that. Moving on. Wait. Dual wield, whirlwind, chaotic whirlwind. Okay. Class abilities, Arcanist, Herald of Tone, Unblinking Eye, Languid Eye. Decrease the stacks this ultimate can achieve to 12. The natural cap of 1 cast down from 20. Introduce a cooldown to stack generation, preventing cases where multi-casting this ultimate would allow them to generate stacks faster than the intended rate. How do you multi-cast the ultimate? How is it possible to gain enough ultimate back fast enough to multi-cast? What's going on? What are they saying here? While this is a nerf to the ceiling of damage, in reality, the vast majority of use cases will never feel the changes. Okay. These are specific adjustments to quell some insanely high damage productions in specific cases where you're able to have more than one Languid Eye action each time. So you gotta have a shitload of ads, and you gotta have a gear set that gives you ultimate per ad killed, whatever that gear set is. In those scenarios, maybe like preventing like speed trash farming, like trials or something. I don't know. It seems like a really like nuanced like niche change. I don't know. Well, it will never affect me. Dragonite's Ardent Flame, or like most people I would think. Dragonite's Ardent Flame, Lava Whip, Flame Lash. Are we getting nerfs? Flame Lash. This morph no longer grants increased damage done after consuming all charges, as well as we have recontextualized the damage into class mastery system. Ooh, love to see it. Molten Whip. This morph no longer grants increased damage done per stack, as well have recontextualized damage into class mastery system. Now, I can't say this. As excited as I am about toning this down just a touch, if the class mastery system ends up supercharging it the same or more, then like, okay, we really didn't move the needle anymore. This could be a nerf, a smart nerf that's in conjunction with the strength of a class mastery, ultimately resulting in the same thing or more power. So we don't know. We can't get excited or sad or like horny about this at all until we like have more info. We don't have enough. All right, Core of Flame. Fix an issue where this ability and its morphs could cause desyncs to your resources if repeatedly cast while already active and while a cost per tick ability was active. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. These abilities will now begin to restore resources after about a third of a second delay rather than instantly because of this fix. Okay. Okay. Heart of Flame. This morph now heals you for 15% of your max health per tick rather than 12 to 15% of your missing health per tick. Adjusted the rank of wait a minute. That's a crazy ass buff to this, right? Because you can use this at 90% health and get the same heal as whether if you use it at 10% health. Oh, shit. Buff to subclassing as it doesn't require you to be a base DK anymore. Oh, smart. Okay. This just seems like an outright buff. Anything that scales off your max health versus your missing health is like a buff for sure. So this just gave DKs more survivability, unless I'm reading it wrong. Searing Strike, Searing Claw, fix an issue where this morph rank up progression always returned as max rank rather than properly building up the bonus effect. Interesting. Okay. Inferno, fix an issue where this ability and the Incinerate morphs damage were not considered direct damage in some cases. Is she really? Oh shit, we're back. Dude, is that not crazy technology? We have a camera in our living room. All right, check out this little series of technology. We have a camera in our living room that allows Doom Wifey at work to watch the puppies in the living room, to come on to stream to tell me to go yell at one of them who's destroying a cover. Dude, Skynet is real. Has nothing to do with Skynet. All right, here we go. Boom. What's the dog got to do to get some kibble around here? Hey, dude, they ate good, man. They ate good. Incinerate. Fix an issue where there's a visual for this ability failed to appear if the ability killed the target and ended combat immediately. Okay. Draconic Power. Wing Buffet. Buffet? Buffet. It's also Italian. Get over it. Fix an issue where this ability and the Fleet Step Wings Morph knockback and stun effects were unintentionally treated as proc events. Oh, these dirty DKs were getting extra damage off this? You dirty sons of guns. I freaking knew it. Earthen Heart, Earthen Spike Mantle, Shatter Spike Mantle. This ability now tracks the duration of the bonus damage rather than the damage over time effect with combat timer settings to alleviate the issue where killing targets with the damage over time effect would result in the timer to be wiped. Okay. Fixed an issue where this morph's effect did not all inherit Elfbane's duration extension, resulting, I as soon as these DK changes were introduced, I was waiting for an Elfbane build, resulting in other classes where combat timers could produce confusing results. Okay. Superheated Ward updated the animation for this ability and the Volcanic Ward morph to align better with the style and language of the abilities and to offer more variation from the damaging morph. Okay, so I'm not seeing like a lot of massive nerfs. Everybody said, next patch it's gonna get nerfed. It didn't, dude. There aren't a lot of big nerfs. Matter of fact, I mean, I'm reading this as like pretty big buff to survivability. I don't know. It doesn't, but she wasn't listening to me. I heard you yelling. I heard you yelling through the camera. I don't know. I think we're like mostly on par, but with like more survivability now. Let's go. All right, next. Necromancer, Bone Tyrant, Bitter Harvest. This ability and its morphs now work properly with effects that treated target as a corpse, such as bone armor, nobility, and decay. Warden, Green Balance, Nature's Gift. This passive now restores 125, 250 magicka and stamina to you when healing a target with Green Balance ability, rather than restoring magicka and stamina, whichever is higher whenever you heal an ally with a Green Balance ability. Was this a thing? Was this like... I'm not being snarky, I'm asking. Was this like on a radar? Is this like... trials, like trifecta trials radar teams or something? What a extremely nuanced thing to like spend time on right now. I maybe it's a thing, I don't know. I haven't heard of it at all. Winter's Embrace, Sleet Storm, Northern Storm. This ultimate now grants 4% damage done per stack, up from 2. Oh, this bonus decreases 1% per stack while Battle Spirit is active. Oh. This is update 50. This will be on the PTS now. Doesn't look just yet. Frozen Gate, fix an issue where this ability and its morphs teleport could prompt a break-free activation despite not being able to be canceled. This will prevent the champion star Slippery from wasting itself and should save those with Gunslinger Showdown draw reaction times from wasting stamina on something that provides no benefit. Who's using this? Is this a thing as well? Dude, where have I been? It will also, however, continue to provide crowd control immunity after the pull occurs. Dude. Okay. Holy moly. Class Mastery Warden. Wait. Let's see what they say here. Glacial Presence. This passive now disables its damage done bonuses to chilled if you are wearing Shattered Path's Signet. We're targeting a very specific combination here, as we've seen this mythic introduce some unhealthy power spikes with very specific builds. Okay. As we continue to balance other aspects of the game, we'll come back and monitor if we need to iterate on this interaction to make it less punitive. Okay. Class Mastery Warden. Warden's current passives are highly generic and number focused while we work on the class refresh experience for the class. Expect these to change in tandem with that effort when it comes. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It does, but she wasn't listening to me. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Tundra's Maw. This passive upgrades the chilled status effect to apply Major Brittle for 2 seconds upon application. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Wild Adaptation. This passive increases the weapon and spell damage by 333 for each status effect on your target. Wait a minute. Are these class masteries? Holy shit. That's crazy. How many? Hold on. 1665 divided by 333. That's 5 status effects. That's so easy to get. Dude, the build that I have in PvP has 8. Whoa. I didn't expect that. Holy moly. Whoa. And then you get that much weapon and going on? What's going on? Glacial Obstinance. That's kind of a funny name. I like this. This passive upgrades Bond with Nature to it also trigger off activating Winter's Embrace abilities and causes the effect to grant you 15% weapon and spell damage for 10 seconds if you're at full health after the heal. Right, AP? Dude. Dude, that's got to get tweaked, dude. That can't go live as is. I can't imagine. 5 status effects is literally so simple to get. Elisus. Boom. 3. Done. Boom. Sick. And did it get 16? Man, that's nuts. There's got to be more to it that doesn't make sense until you actually play. Okay. Greenkeeper's Hide. This passive reduces your damage taken by 3% for every status effect on you by the attacker up to maximum of 15. Okay. Kind of an interesting take. Nobody take this on the build that I'm playing. Nobody. Nobody take this. Nature's Bounty. This passive upgrades rank 2 Nature's Gift to grant the healed target major heroism. Hold on. Go back. Go back. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Nature's Gift to grant the healed target major heroism. That's freaking amazing. For 4.5 seconds and additional 250 magic or stamina. Dude. That's freaking super great for a support setup or whatever. Templar. Bastion of Light. This passive causes you to heal for 8% of your max health every second that Sacred Ground is active. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Quick math. Quick math. Quick math. Quick math. Assuming that's not cut and Battle Spirit. If you have 32,000 health times 0.08. What? I sure hope Battle Spirit affects that. If not, that's 2,500 and some change healing a second at 32k HP. If you're at full health after the heal, you generate 2 ultimate while in combat. Sacred Ground will also be able to be active while you're inside the area of your Nova or Spear Shards, or while Radial Sweep or Solar Barrage is active. That's crazy busted if it's unaffected by Battle Spirit. Jeez. Especially if it can crit too. Damn. Okay. Devout Guardian. This passive causes you to gain a damage shield for 6 seconds, up to once every 6 seconds, while Sacred Ground is active. The shield absorbs up to 20% of your max health. wait, what? Let's see, 25,000 times 0.2, 5,000, and grants 300 health magic and stack recovery while active. If the shield breaks, you gain 10 ultimate. Are you guys see? What? That's crazy. Everything on Templar so far has been nuts, dude. That is unbelievable. Bright Harbinger. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Illuminate to grant the affected group members 300 weapon and spell damage, increasing to 600 for you. These are crazy, man. Judgment's Brand. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Burning Light to increase your damage done with Templar abilities by 1250, 625 against players for 3.1 seconds after activating. I think they're overtuning them until they get the reworks like DK. Dude, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Some of these are like this. Dude. Where is it? This guy? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're giving every warden 1665 weapon and spell damage in PvP. That's okay. Judgment's Brand. This passive upgrades rank 2 Burning Light to increase your damage. Okay, we did that one. Steadfast Cadence. Candescence. Steadfast Candescence. This passive increases the amount of damage you can block by 20% while stationary and causes you to gain Sacred Ground while bracing. Okay, interesting. Sorcerer. Okay, here we go. Big deal. Popular class. Conservation of energy. This passive upgrades rank 2 of blood magic. I think blood magic heals you whenever you cast a ability from the skill line. To also activate off any ability with a cost, excluding cost per tick abilities. And to also restore 2% magic and stamina upon activation. All right. If I'm reading this right, and I'm remembering blood magic right, that means every ability that you press is going to heal you for whatever the tooltip is, and then give you sustain. What? This class wasn't even... Font of Power. This passive upgrades rank 2 of exploitation to also activate off any sorcerer ability and grants you 1% weapon and spell damage for every 1750 max mag or stamina you have, whichever is higher, for 10 seconds. Static Reverberation. This harkens to an ancient passive, Implosion. This passive causes your damage attacks to have a 1% chance for every 1% missing health the target has to trigger an additional hit of shock damage, 31% of the higher of your weapon and spell damage, up to once every quarter second, basically. 1/5 of a second. Sheesh. This chance is further reduced for every permanent pet you have active. The calculation, okay, I'm going to skip that. 1% chance every 2% missing health. 2 pets, 1% chance every 3% health. Calculated defense. This passive causes you to gain a damage shield that absorbs 30% of your max health for half a second. Anytime you begin to activate a sorcerer ability or an ability with a cast time. It doesn't say a sorcerer ability with a cast time. It's a sorcerer ability or an ability with a cast time. Okay, let's do fast math. 30% of your max health. Let's call 32,000 the average Cyrodiil health times 0.3. That's going to be 9,600. Divided by 2 for Battle Spirit. What are we talking about now? Every single button that you press, you get a 5k shield. Not affected by Bastion. Before you factor Bastion. After Battle Spirit. What? If the shield fails to break, you grant you and your group members 3% weapon and spell damage for 20 seconds. Who? Yeah, but like if you're spamming, you're going to get it constantly. Dude, who at ZOS HQ is giving out San Diego thank yous to the freaking sorcerer main dev guy? Holy shit. Are you guys kidding me? This is crazy. Sphere of Influence. This passive causes your damage shield abilities to grant an additional damage shield to the target for 3 seconds that absorbs up to 15% max health. Dude, does this proc off of this? This passive causes your damage shield abilities. Oh, it says abilities. I don't think that would be considered an ability. To grant an additional damage shield, but that would be Harden Ward. So Harden Ward would be this. To grant an additional damage shield to the target for 3 seconds that absorbs up to 15% of their max health as damage, scaling 25% of the higher... What? What? That's crazy. Here we go. Yeah, shield stacking mag Sorks are back. Jesus Christ. Okay, Nightblade. Dude, the Sork passives. What is going on, dude? Oh, please. Please. Please give your feedback on this. Nobody wants to see that back again. Nobody on Earth other than the Mag Sork mains wants to see shield weaving again. Holy moly. If they take this, imagine this. If they take this and this, every button they press is going to give them 5k shield. That doesn't include if they take Bastion. And then every time they press Hardened Ward, they're going to get an additional 15 to 25% shielding. You thought this shit was broken before. Woo! Buckle up. Feedback needed. Feedback needed. Okay, Nightblade. I'm not one to like call for nerfs. I would rather things get pulled up to the highest level. I think that's a better way of doing things. But boy, does that look busted, man. Okay, Nightblade. Nocturnal Inspiration. You say Nightblade is stronger? A Sphere of Influence only works if you cast a shield ability, not only a shield. Yeah, Hardened Ward. Hardened Ward was the shield weaving ability everybody used. So if you have this, every button you press gives you a 5k shield. And then every time you shield weave your Hardened Ward, boom, 50% more shielding off of it to 25%. What? That's insane. That's clearly overpowered. Sheesh. Okay, Nightblade. Nocturnal Inspiration. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Hemorrhage. That's crit rating, right? To have a chance equal to your weapon crit chance to give you 2 ultimate up to once every 3 seconds. Okay, hold on. I believe Hemorrhage gives you crit rating. I don't remember if you're flanking or what. Hemorrhage to have a chance equal to your weapon crit to grant you 2 ultimate up to once every 3 seconds. That's pretty nuts, dude. That's crazy ulti-gen. An I for Exploitation. This passive increases your weapon and spell damage up to 1250 and reduces your damage taken by up to 12%, both based on the target's missing health. Oh. Wait. Note, this works for any effects that scale with weapon and spell damage, meaning it can increase damage against low health enemies. Oh, okay. Increases healing against low health enemies, including yourself, and reduces damage taken from low health enemies. Yeah, that's the part I was confused on, this last line. Okay, kind of a squirrely passive there. Basically, the lower health the target, like, the stronger you are, essentially. Oh, okay, moving on. Above and Beyond. This passive increases your crit damage and healing by 15%, 7% versus players. It also increases your maximum potential crit damage and healing by 25%, meaning it adds the normal cap of 125, bringing it to 50%. Wow. An additional 25% crit damage. I want you to hear me. An additional 25% crit damage to a class that excels at crit damage, that has some of the highest crit damage sources in the game. It's crazy. And I freaking welcome it. Okay, moving on. Evasive Trance. This passive causes you to dodge incoming attacks for 1/3 of a second when activating a Nightblade ability while bracing. So while block casting, essentially. If I read that right. Dodging any attack through any means causes your attacker to take 5% increased damage for 5 seconds. Hold on. So this is good for PvE tanks, Nightblade tanks and PvE. In PvP, you got a dodge roll to get 5%. This is like not nearly as hot as some of the others. Some of the others are like way strong. That one's just kind of, not bad. Share the Spoils. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Transfer to double the ultimate you gain from 4 up from 2, while also granting the nearest 4 group members 250 magicka and stamina and 1 ultimate upon activating. Okay, all right. I got to create an RP character that is already unlocked. Seems like it would be a pain. Pretty specific challenge. I'm going to make a troll dodge build to class set. Wild. Okay, Necromancer. Nothing wasted. This passive upgrades rank 2 of the corpse consumption to also grant a stack of nothing wasted for 12 seconds every time you consume a corpse, up to 10 stacks max. Nothing wasted increases your max health and weapon and spell damage by 2% per stack. If the stacks reach their full duration, they instead lose 3 stacks and refresh rather than losing all stacks. So every time you consume a corpse, you get this. You get us like ramping up weapon and spell damage, essentially. Huge buff for dots. Okay, gotcha. That one's kind of hard to like quantify without like seeing the passives in your face and like maybe playing with it a little bit. A Malevolent Promise. This passive upgrades rank 2 of corpse consumption to mark the closest non-player enemy to you with Death's Touch for 6 seconds whenever you consume a corpse, which allows you to use a corpse consuming ability against them. This, so like, okay, this can occur once every 2 seconds. Consuming or replacing this effect triggers rank 2 of Death Cleaning. Ooh. The corpse explosion builds are going to go pretty hard with this. That's what it looks like. Every 2 seconds, so every other global, you're going to proc this. So that means every other global in between this, you don't need a corpse. Wow, that's going to be pretty spammy. Cycle Unending. This passive upgrades to rank 2 of reusable parts to also grant Lord of the Cycle for 25 seconds, increasing your damage done by 1% for every 1% more current health percentage you have compared to your enemy. This bonus caps at 25%, 12% against players. Okay. If you have 75% current health and your enemy has 50%, you would gain 25% damage against them. 12% if they're a player. Hey, that's not bad. Pound of Flesh. Giggity. This passive grants you a 1% chance when taking damage to restore 10% health and 5% of your missing stamina, up to once per second. What? This change increases by 1% for every 1% missing health you have. If you have 50% health, you'd have a 51% chance to activate this passive when taking... Dude, if this is not affected by Battle Spirit, that's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough. At the Precipice. This passive activates... I wish they would say in here... Because a lot of this is like new, weird, sticky stuff. I wish they would say like what is and what isn't affected by Battle Spirit. That would like really... That would save a lot of like wondering and like unnecessary testing and dueling and whatever. Just to know. Oh, it's not? Okay, not crazy. Oh, it is? Oh, that's wild. DJ, what's up, man? At the Precipice. This passive activates when directly healing a target below 50% health, which allows you to use a corpse-consuming ability against them within 10 seconds. Consuming or replacing this effect grants the target 2 ultimate. This effect can occur once every second. All right. All right. Dragon Knight. All right. Unexorable Descent. This passive upgrades the Landslide to also grant a 1% potency to damage and healing done, and damage shield strength per stack. Isn't it already 1%? So it would be 2. Turns it to 2. Is that right? Potency 2 means this bonus applies to the base calculation of these events, causing it to become multiplicative. Oh, okay. Yeah, I changed things a little bit. Booming Voice. This passive upgrades rank 2 of the Storm Voice to also grant 1 health, magicka, and stamina per ultimate spent for 10 seconds. Okay. Okay. Not bad on something like Elite Build or something. Wildfire Embers. This passive upgrades your Dragonite damage over time effects to apply to enemies. Searing Strike, Dragon Fire Breath, Burning Talons, Shatter Spike Mantle. To apply a unique 12-second damage over time effect on enemies whenever the triggering abilities end. This damage effect stacks up to 12 times, increasing by 25% per stack past 1, up to 275%. Dude, here we fucking go. Pyrebrand and Rally, and this passive is back. Enjoy. End in this case means naturally expiring, being recast early, or being cleansed. Base damage is 10.5% of your weapon and spell damage, and 1% of your max magicka and stamina per tick. All right, all of the pre-DK reworks who leaned on the super duper double crutch of Pyrelli, they're gonna be back on the vengeance. I predict it now. Okay, next. Resolute Defense. This passive increases the amount of damage you can block by 6% every second you remain bracing. Oh, interesting. Up to 30%. Let's go PvE tanks, huh? Blocking has a 20% chance to restore 500 stamina up to once every quarter second. Dude, that might not even be bad in PvP. Up to 30%. We got to be blocking for a while. 6% at baseline is kind of meh. But the recovery, I don't know. Probably PvE only. Lead from the front. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Storm Voice to also apply Major Berserk and Protection for 1 second per 15 ultimate spent to you and your group members. Hey, hold on. This passive upgrades rank 2 of the Storm Voice to also apply Major Berserk and Protection for 1 second per 75 ultimate spent to you group members in 28 meters. Hey. Okay. Damn. How many more do we got? Sheesh. What class is that? Oh, Werewolf. They went hard on Werewolf. Okay. All right. We only got one more. One more and then like the Werewolf craziness. Okay. Arcanist. Abyssal Emergence. This passive upgrades your Arcanist ultimates to immediately generate 3 crux upon activation, while also granting 666 weapon and spell damage for 15 seconds after activating. Oh, they didn't have to do that. Fate Realigned. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Implacable. Did I say that? Implacable Outcome to also generate 3 crux upon activation. Oh, interesting. And grant 300 weapon and spell damage for 25 seconds up to once every 15 seconds. Makes it a little bit more bursty there, right? Unbound Potential. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Fated Fortune to also increase your damage done by 30%, 15% to players. Dude, 15% is so many percent for 7 seconds. 7 seconds is also a long time. That whole window right there is a long time. I don't remember what Unbound Potential was from, though. Erudite's Rigor. This passive upgrades Fate Woven Armor to also grant 1 ultimate and 300 magicka and stamina when you take damage, increasing by 100 magicka and stamina per crux you have once every 2 seconds. So just divide that by 2. So 150. It's still nuts. Inkscribe's Verse. This passive enables you to generate a crux when you heal or overheal a total of 750,000 health while in combat. Jesus. All right, Werewolf. What we're all here for today. Here we go. Ooh, sheesh. Let me see. What's after Werewolf? I'm just curious. Dude. Jesus. So much information. That's so much information. All right, here we go. It's like everything we've read so far just in the werewolf coming up. Okay. Feel like I gotta stretch out real quick. Let me grab like 30 seconds. Let me grab a drink really fast. Hold on. All right, back. Are we good? Ooh, testing. Oh, we're good. What's up, Frog? How you doing, man? Welcome. All right, here we go. Werewolf. Werewolf. Let's turn this down just a touch. Just a teeny tiny touch. Okay. Here you go. What we're all here for. Their werewolf experience has been updated alongside the Combat Refresh Initiative, updating most all of its combat effects in some capacity. At its core, we've made sweeping changes that should align towards making the transformation more fluid, easier to sustain and manage, with more overall potential build craft and support. Hey, let's go. Added the new Prowl mechanic, which replaces Crouch while transformed. Prowl costs 5,000 and some change stamina to activate and grants 6 seconds of 66% reduced aggression radius. Enemies will require you to be closer to them before they notice you and attack. And stealth detection. This is equal to the same strength as detection potion. There is a 3-second cooldown on activating Prowl to prevent excess stamina loss, okay? Prowl does not have a unique animation, but instead overrides your character's posture to begin to sniff around. This will blend out while attacking. Okay? Added a slaughter mechanic, which is a new synergy that becomes active against targets that you would normally be able to use Blade of Woe or Vampire Feast against. You'll have to experiment to see for yourself what it all entails. But it is largely meant for a fun first experience, rather than an in-combat decision-making tool. It's quite potent in the higher difficulties for challenge mode, however. Okay. Werewolf transformation. This ultimate and its morphs have been largely reworked in regards to how they function to cast and manage. These ultimates now only require 100 ultimate to activate, but will continue to drain 100 ultimate every 10 seconds while they are active. Failing to have 100 ultimate when the cost tick occurs will forcibly de-transform you. The cost to maintain transformation is now completely disabled outside of combat to help mitigate the need to constantly engage in combat. The ultimate generation is no longer disabled while transformed, making it the primary method of sustaining your form. Okay. Completely rescripted the back end of the transformation, resulting in all werewolf effects and passives to only apply while transformed, and a college dissertation level of data structuring changes, rather than applying permanently and constantly checking if you're in werewolf form. This should have no observable change in behavior unless called out otherwise in further sections, and is largely non-player facing and only aims at helping cut down combat calculations for werewolf characters. We saved 15 whole effects, which is a new record. However, if you experience issues where you lose access to passives and other effects while in werewolf form, please let us know. Transforming into a werewolf no longer increases your maximum stamina by 30%. Instead, all werewolf abilities that scale with stamina or magicka will now be 30% more dense in their scaling, allowing for more similar levels of combat power as before, without the added bonus of having a deeper resource pool. Okay, seems fair. Seems fair. Reduce the poison damage taken while transformed to 10%, down from 25%. Didn't even know that was a thing. Werewolf stamina cost abilities, aside from the core combat mechanics such as block, dash, bash, dodge, and prowl, now cost 1/3 of their ability category counterpart, rather than costing 25% more. Oh. This is done to help open more potential build opportunities for non-stamina damage dealers to utilize Werewolf. It means you don't need a sustain set at all, right? Or something like that. While also added to the sensation that the ultimate is a transformation that makes you more powerful in some capacity. The cost is now almost exclusively on maintaining the form rather than the form and your normal resources, helping simplify its combat loop and letting you focus while the beast is unleashed. Okay, all right. Kind of a lot, something we have to play with. Werewolf combat actions no longer see a 15% damage increase in their scaling. We'll cover this more in each ability, but fear not, werewolves are stronger than they were before in most cases with some other adjustments. The unique bar that activates while in werewolf form has been reworked to house a new mechanic called Fury. Fury is a unique resource that generates from activating werewolf abilities while in combat. I'm thinking like Warrior Rage in World of Warcraft. It stores up to 1,000, and each ability activated grants 15 at base. Fury does not decay, but leaving werewolf form will result in losing all built up Fury. Morphs and passives both can expedite the amount of Fury generated or can even add more forms of generating it. While you have 1,000 Fury, your ultimate ability will be replaced with Rampage. Oh, we get a werewolf ultimate. Activating Rampage drains all Fury and grants you a 20-second window of increased power, increasing your movement speed by 20%, damage done by 50%, and removes all cost of all werewolf abilities, including the transformation. Dude, build up your rage to 1,000, you get to go Super Saiyan mode. That sounds pretty cool. Activating Rampage will temporarily disable your ability to transform the werewolf transformation again to create the sensation of a loss of control to its inner beast. as well as making it harder to accidentally activate and immediately lose the effect if you input the button multiple times and detransform. Woo! Meeting just when this is getting good. Oh, sorry, man. How do you think werewolf versus vampire will compare in PvP? I don't know. PvP, vampire, well, I can tell you this. I don't think this idea has changed much. Vampire has never been an all-inclusive thing, meaning you go be a vampire and then you play vampire skills. Vampire has always been like a la carte supplemental. Like, ooh, I'll take this passive. Oh, I'll take this ability. Oh, I'll take this spammable. Oh, I'll take this ultimate. Nobody plays an all vampire build outside of like pure RP. Werewolf is very different in that you have to play the whole thing. You are a werewolf. All your abilities are werewolf. So they're two very, very different things. Vampire is supplemental. Pick and choose a thing that fits your build. Werewolf is like all-encompassing. So it's kind of hard to compare the two. Werewolf light attacks no longer have their base damage capped at this amount, like other light attacks, and efforts to help more potential damage while transformed. Oh, shit. Okay. Werewolf Berserk of this morph now grants Major Berserk. That's 10% more damage while transformed. Updated the bleed from this morph to apply on light and heavy attacks rather than only light attacks. The bleed now appears to stack up to 5 times in total, and upon reaching 5 stacks, the 1 second delay will be removed, allowing you to deal much more consistent damage while sticking to a target. Stacks do not augment damage or duration. The bleed no longer fails to reapply if it's already active, meaning the first few light attacks will result in a damage increase while drastically increasing beyond. Sheesh. Reduce the damage of the bleed to 3 seconds, down from 4. Reduce the damage scaling by 35.5% on the weapon and spell damage, and 16% for the magic and stamina. Heavy attacks on this form no longer create an area of effect in a cone around the target. This morph now also improves Devour, which will be explained in the passive section. Sheesh. Pack Leader. This morph now increases the amount of damage you can block by 30% and grants major protection while transformed, rather than a unique 10% damage reduction. So you can't have both. It continues to spawn 2 dire wolves and grants you and nearby group members minor courage. This morph also improves Rampage and Enduring Rampage, which adds 4,000 health recovery to its base effects. Dude. Whoa. 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 Sounds good, Hound. Appreciate you, man. Can I quickly log in here? Hold on. If I'm reading that right, dudes. Werewolf's about to be a problem. Hold on, let me show you something. 4,000 health recovery is crazy, dude. Hold on. Hold on. That's a little cheeky. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't think people understand how crazy 4,000 is. Let me show you. Okay. Okay, check it out. I changed nothing. This is my, like, meta-ish PvP build that I'm playing. So changing literally nothing. Nothing. Other than adding Strategic Reserve. Okay? And popping a tripod. We are missing something somewhere. Okay, we'll take these values. Is strategic reserve actually active here? Oh, we have. I know what happened. We'll still use these amounts. Okay, I'll grab my phone here. So we have 2769 health recovery. Okay, and then let's add 4,000 to that. Okay, that's 6,769. Okay, 6,000. What did I say? 2769 plus 4,000. 6,729. So in PvE, with strategic reserve, you get 6,700 health recovery. Divide that by 2 for PvP. And thank you for the follow, dude. And you have a 3,400 hot on you permanently. 3,400 health. Permanent. Ticking. 3,400 health per tick. I don't even know if that can crit, honestly. I have no idea. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay. That's 4,000, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, adjusted for the attack speed of the dire wolves to happen at a more consistent pace rather than going in between radically fast and slowing attacks. Fix an issue where the damage of the dire wolves did not dramatically scale with your offensive stats. Fix an issue where the damage done was missing rank up progression built in, resulting in 3.3% damage increase. Added some minor variants. Okay, skip. Comments. There's a lot to unpack here, so we'll start with our overall intentions and design philosophies. Our goal for Werewolf Refresh are relatively simple. Improve user flow of entering, sustaining, and playing Werewolf while updating it to something that has more build potential. Awesome. I think everybody can dig that. The experience is meant to be different from other combat options while still being familiar enough to approach and play. Okay. Can I get a link so I can read along? Me and my brother? Oh, of course, dude. Of course. Here, I got you. Oh, that's from Discord. That might link you to Discord. Oh, there you go. Originally, the form introduced many stipulations that acted as overrides to rules, while the updated form should instead feel like augments to the rules. Rather than overriding your ultimate and disabling that mechanic completely while introducing a new one, it now hooks into existing ultimate loop while also gaining access to ultimate level ability while transformed. Okay, awesome. I think everybody would like that. Additionally, there are many more added effects that help reduce the high demand and stress of sustaining Werewolf, such as the out-of-combat cost removal, the new Rampage effect, and a few other hidden effects we've added for you. Is anyone hungry? Dude, this is looking crazy. Is audio gone? It shouldn't be. Audio... You guys can hear me, right? Oh, dude. Don't do me like this. Don't do me dirty like this. You hear fine? Okay. All right. Thank you, Grumpy. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. All these changes hopefully culminate into a more liberating transformation rather than a limiting one. To improve the build diversity side of things, we're also looking at a few core interactions to see where the existing limits were created. Originally, Werewolf was incredibly stamina focused as abilities costed an exorbitant amount of stamina. Very true. And the transformation, I remember parsing back in the day with the Werewolf, like the high level parsing stuff, like 100k plus, and like once you start getting into like the deep end of it, one mess up on whatever that ability was that gave you stamina back would like torpedo your whole parse. It was very, very unforgiving before. I don't know how it was in like non-dummy content or PvP, but oof, it was pretty tough. It can be pretty tight. Okay. Originally, the werewolf was incredibly stamina focused, as abilities costed an exorbitant amount of stamina, and the transformation granted a unique bonus only to stamina. Despite their abilities mostly dynamically scaling, this created a lopsided experience that made playing as a stamina build vastly superior. Okay, which made the transformation even less accessible for build types. We've shifted away from both of these stipulations by significantly reducing the stamina drain of active werewolf abilities. The focus is now on sustaining the form rather than the form and abilities. Okay, nice. Makes a lot of sense. And instead of baking the power of that massive stamina increase into the stat scaling of their abilities, meaning both magicka and stamina are effectively increased by the original amounts. It makes sense for some changes up above that they said they would explain down below. Okay, all right, tracking. Without the added effects of actually adjusting to your character's stats. Okay, okay. Hey, all good, man. All good, Tony. No worries, no worries. We've also looked at the morph engagement and tried to improve the split between the two dominant build focuses, a full-on aggression builds and bruisers, more chunky, survivable damage dealers. Morphs now have more stark differences between what they do for the most part, either granting more outright damage production, adding utility or survivability upgrades, or adding more mechanical complexity to their base abilities. Okay. Our other focuses for Werewolf Refresh was the combat flow, what it means to play a werewolf. The werewolf ability bar override removes the access to bar swap, which introduces a more digestible but ultimately simpler combat flow. This is often, you know what? While that's true, I found werewolf parsing back in the day like equally as stressful as a full-blown like 2-bar proper setup. Like it was very, very, very unforgiving. I wonder if it was the same for like in like PvPers and whatever who played werewolf. This is often seen as a positive and a negative. We've looked at what these abilities closely try to retain. We've looked at what these abilities closely to try and retain the good parts of that simplicity, while also working on trying to flesh out a bit more depth to improve the negative aspects. Okay, awesome, awesome. At its core, the werewolf experience is pretty straightforward, being a big, brutal badass. Let's go. Jumping into the fight, prioritizing speed and aggression, and chasing your prey with relentless attacks are all still here. However, we've reevaluated some of our original stipulations to this abilities to try and make them more user-friendly, while also trying to ensure each button press has more than one context in which you want to use it. Immediately, I think like Udyr from League of Legends. In some cases, such as Pounce, that means completely dividing the ability into two separate states. When the target is far away, enemies, it swaps to the gap closing ability. And when targeting enemies in melee range, it becomes the melee damage over time ability. Yeah, cool. League of Legends, like 100%, just generally speaking. Both of the same abilities as before, but with a more dynamic experience. It gives you what you need in the context of the moment. So it's the same level of abilities, but now you can do more things with the abilities. That's pretty cool. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, other abilities such as Roar now have multiple outcomes that cover a larger array of effects to offer more utility and reasons to press the button. Roar continues to operate as your primary crowd control, while also being a support function by housing the Feeding Frenzy synergy, and still having a solo play application by granting you Blood Hunger. An effect that simplifies some of your other werewolf abilities. Okay, I don't know about y'all, but I started to get lost in the sauce here in this part. It's starting to kind of like fall out my ears a little bit. It's a lot of information. These abilities, these updates should all help improve your overall combat effectiveness while adding some additional nuance and mastery to the experience. Dude, let's freaking go. How much more of this? Okay. It's a lot, dude. All right. Let's get her done. All right, Pounce and Carnage. These abilities and their morphs now dynamically update themselves based on your distance to your target, rather than requiring you to activate Pounce and then locking you into activating Carnage for 5 seconds after. Pounce is only available when you are greater than 7 meters to a target, so a free gap closer, while Carnage takes over when you are 7 meters or closer to the target. Note that this will result in only Carnage displaying on your hotbar when you hover over it outside of the skill system, as you are the context of the target. I recently learned that this is a thing for a lot of things, which made a lot of sense for what people thought were bugs. Long form content stream. Werewolf stream with a little extra patch content. Let's go. I'm imagining what I'm gonna have to do is like the actual Werewolf gameplay stream tomorrow, and like this will just be like big old patch note stream. Okay. Your skill book will always display Pounce. Reduce the cost of Pounce and its morphs to 1071, down from 1/4. 1/4 the cost, from 4,000 to 1,000 basically. Adjusted the damage of Pounce to 0.63 weapon and spell damage and 0.078 magic or stamina rather than 0.78, 0.075. Okay. Reduce the cost of Carnage and its morphs to 995, down to 2008. See, all this stuff is like informative and fun to read, to see like the impacts. Like, ooh, that's stronger. Ooh, that's weaker. Ooh, that's better. Ooh, that's worse. But like, especially someone like me who doesn't play a lot of Werewolf, like it means nothing. It means nothing until I actually play it. Like, what's this difference right here? Forget about it. I couldn't even begin to tell you like, oh, that's so much or that's so little. It seems like a lot, but like I have to play it. Brutal Pounce and Carnage increase the radius of these abilities to 7 meters, up from 5. Okay. Brutal Carnage damage over time now stacks up to 3 times, increasing by 10 seconds per stack, rather than granting stacking weapon and spell damage when hitting enemies. Okay. Feral Pounce and Carnage. This morph now grants 200 stamina each time either portion of the ability deals damage, rather than granting 100 stamina and 1 second of Werewolf timer. Whenever either version of this morph deals damage, it will also trigger Fury Generation, the new resource, in addition to the Fury generated for activating it, up to once every 4 seconds. This allows Feral Pounce to generate it twice per cast, and Feral Carnage to generate Fury up to 3 times over its duration. Okay. Kind of hard to quantify without actually playing it here. Let's see. We're making this ability and its 2 forms significantly more straightforward to use by having them automatically update to the effect you need in the moment. Awesome. When you need to close the distance, the Pounce variant of the ability will take over and allow you to leap to your enemy, while the Carnage variant will be available to you when you're within melee range to your foe. Nice. You get a gap close or something else. We're also slightly adjusting the morph differences to be less about raw damage versus utility and going into 2 forms of utility, both of which have the potential for damage. Brutal Pounce and Carnage remain better for area of effect damage, and Carnage saves on global cooldowns, letting you experience a more simplified rotation. Especially helpful if you plan on using one of the reworked morphs of Rending Claws. While Feral Pounce aids... I read that totally wrong. While Feral Pounce aids in stamina management through blocks and helps you activate Rampage more frequently, which grants a large damage steroid. Okay. Her Signs Bounty. Reduce the healing of this ability by 8%. Is this the howl? Is this the the werewolf howls that like everybody's like I would twitch because they wouldn't die? Reduce the healing by 8%. Reduce the cost of this ability and its morphs to 4320, down from 5737. This ability and Hircine's Rage now restore 10% of your max stamina. What? Increasing by 1% for every 1% current health you have. So you get your heal and like essentially unlimited sustain up to a maximum of 20% stamina. So every press you get your monster heal and then at least 10% stamina. That's crazy. After the heal, rather than granting... Oh, okay. Rather than granting the 3,000 stamina if you were at full health before the heal went off. Interesting. Man, they're adding a lot of depth to this, which is pretty cool. It can be both simple to play or like complex in the right hands. I'm digging this quite a lot. Herzine's Fortitude reduced the healing of this morph by 19%. This morph now increases the stamina restored by 12% of your max stamina base, increasing by 1% for every 1% current health you have, up to 24% max stamina. This morph now adds Major Vitality while slotted. Oh shit, that's enormous. 12% additional healing, rather than granting Minor Fortitude and Endurance for 20 seconds after activating. Dude, crazy buff. Crazy good buff to have. Herzine's Rage. This morph now heals based off of your offensive stats. Oh, that also means that none of this is factored with this. So Major Vitality will play into that. Okay. Herzine's Rage. This morph now heals based off offensive stats rather than max health. Okay. More weapon spell damage and whatever, you get more heals. The healing is 70% weaker than the traditional burst heal, such as a Rushed Ceremony. This morph now increases your damage done and taken. Done and taken. Oh, shit. This morph now increases your damage done and taken for 12 to 15 seconds by up to 12%. Oh. Okay. Right, Tony? Heal and stamina. What's going on? Based on how high your current health percentage is, rather than applying Major Berserk and increasing your damage taken by 10 to 7% for 10 seconds. If you're at full health while casting. This morph also generates double Fury on activation and adds Minor Berserk while slotted. Dude, that feels like very complicated. Something you gotta see in game. What do they say? We're toning down how much raw healing this ability and its morphs can do, while simultaneously adding more purpose to the button press for resource management for tanks or in PvP encounters. Are werewolf tanks a thing? Do we have werewolves out there like tanking like proper sweaty content? I literally had no idea. I've never experienced one. Now, rather than being a binary heal versus restore, it will grant both, and will reward you in similar situations, granting more resources while at higher health. Herzine's Fortitude sees a decrease in the initial healing, but gains the potential to be healed significantly more while in groups or using other effects and morphs, helping out the tankier paths, while Herzine's Rage continues to focus on the offensive nature, but with a healthier balance, as both the bonuses and the punishments degrade as you weaken, while also healing more effectively for damage dealers. Sheesh! You have a werewolf tank? Do you really? Hey, that's pretty cool. Okay, Roar. This ability and its morphs now have about a 3-second cast time before they apply their effects, to help better line up to the animations to their outcomes, fixing issues where you would be feared before seeing the animation, increasing the radius to 10 meters up from 7, reducing the cost from 1,000 down from 4,000. This ability and its morphs now apply a stack of Blood Hunger for 30 seconds, stacking up to 4 times. Blood Hunger empowers Gnash, previously Piercing Howl, and Claw of Fury, previously Claws of Anguish, to deal additional damage. Dang. Dang, it's technical. There's so many things. These abilities no longer apply Terrified. This is effectively an easier to use form of that mechanic, with more interplay within the kit. This ability and its morphs are now home of the Feeding Frenzy synergy. Rather than being placed on the Howl of Despair morph, Feeding Frenzy is granted up to 12 nearby allies for 12 seconds with the radius of your roar. Feeding Frenzy now lasts for 30 seconds, up from 20, and increases the damage done by 6% instead of granting Empower. The synergy continues to grant minor force as well. Man, these are meaty bullet points. Deafening Roar. This morph now applies major maim and cowardice to enemies hit for 12 to 15 seconds. Dude, are we about to enter a werewolf meta? Jesus. Rather than major breach. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I hope we get major breach somewhere. Rather than major breach and minor maim for 7 to 10 seconds. The passive slot for this morph now grants major evasion and minor protection. Jeez. Rather than major protection, as this was moved to pack leader. Purchasing this morph will automatically upgrade your Nash and morphs the rework of Piercing Howl to also taunt the enemy if the ability was cast while bracing. Dude, what a crazy functionality. While block casting it, it will also taunt. Woo! Making taunting more deliberate and less dangerous compared to the previous slot passive of the heavy attacking taunt. Okay, nice. Nice. It allows non-tanks to use the ability without fear of taunting, and it allows those that need to taunt the ability to taunt with a slightly higher speed gameplay of block casting. Sheesh. Okay. Ferocious Roar. This morph now also applies major courage. What? That's insane. Major courage is A, one of the best buffs in the game, and B, one of the hardest buffs to get. Do this. Google ESO Hub Major Courage and look at the sources. There's like very little. That's insane. Ferocious Roar. This morph now applies Major Courage to you and 11 nearby allies for 20 seconds. Allows you to use your own synergy and grants 2 stacks of Blood Hunger on cast rather than increasing the speed of your heavy attacks by 33%. Dude, that's insane. That's really, really crazy. Major Courage gives you 430 weapon and spell damage. While A, that's like the biggest allotment that you can have of that, like from a buff or whatever. That doesn't account for percentage basis increase, like medium armor passives, shit like that. Major Courage is an incredibly powerful buff. And to be able to provide that now, dude, crazy. Huge nerf to Rally. Rally's minor courage. What are we talking about here? Right? Is it Rally minor courage? Or is it an unnamed weapon and spell damage buff? Wait. Am I thinking of Magma? I think I'm even thinking of Magma. Oh! Later in the short and the patch notes. Gotcha. Good, honestly, good. Anything that makes people less tanky, I'm all for. There's been lots of people hiding behind Rally, so I'm all for it. I'm loving that this general direction of changes is both like elevating people's ability to do well and also like peeking behind the curtain on a lot of players who are tucked away behind certain builds and doing well. So get wrecked. Okay, we're making Roar and its morph the home of Feeding Frenzy synergy in efforts to make the effects more easily accessible, while also adding a little incentive to bringing the pack to groups with the unique damage bonus. Dude, this is crazy. Providing major courage to your group, sheesh, that's huge. Additionally, we're improving the Terrified mechanic into Blood Hunger, which can now stack for multiple uses, helping reward a more diverse rotation in PvE and PvP, while also being easier to use at its baseline. Blood Hunger isn't completely exclusive to Roar either, as the effect can now be referenced by other morphs for those who are looking to sink their teeth into a more complicated rotations. Nice, dude. They are checking so many boxes so far with this werewolf changes, like casual sweats, like people who want something casual, like low key, something sweaty. Like, man, it's a lot of things. I did not expect this degree of depth. I didn't. I thought like all the skills would get like a fresh coat of paint and like it'd be mostly the same thing. It's looking way different. This should help keep the werewolf experience simpler, but with some added forms of mastery for those who find themselves hungry for more. Nice. All right, Piercing Howl. Now Gnash. This ability and its morphs have been completely reworked into a melee 7-meter driven double bite attack rather than a 10-meter projectile howl attack. The ability now scales with half 0.5 of your weapon and spell damage and 0.06 of your magicka and stamina twice, rather than a singular that. The initial hit deals physical damage. You know what? While pretty much everybody reading this can't look at this and say, ah, that makes sense for how much damage it's going to equate, it's great that they're providing this for people so people can see where the damage and strength is coming from. J-Dub. Like, almost nobody is looking at this and being like, oh, okay, let me just bang on my Mensa abacus for a second and like, oh, that makes sense. Nobody's doing that. Everybody's got to like throw it against the wall a little bit. But now at least the shit makes sense to you to go back to and see where the power and the strength is coming from. That's pretty cool. They're starting to add this. I'm all for it. Reading it makes it a little fall asleepy, but outside of just reading the patch notes, like it's definitely appreciated and helpful. The initial hit deals physical damage, while the second hit deals bleed damage. Both attacks have a 10% chance of applying their respective status effects. Nice. So that's Sundered or Hemorrhage. Oh. Okay. Nice. Both attacks, okay. The second hit happens after 0.4 seconds, no cast time, so it can be animation canceled with no loss. And deals 200% bonus damage to targets under 25% health, so it has some execute scaling component on top of it as well. Jesus! What else are they gonna add? Dude, fuck. All werewolves need is a beam, like an Arcanist beam, and they have everything. It's insane. If one or more stacks of Blood Hunger are active, the initial hit deals 25% more damage, and one stack is consumed. Reduced the cost of this ability and its morphs to $765, down from almost $3K. Sheesh! Werewolf's about to be crazy. All right, Howl of Agony, Blood Gnash. This morph now does a 50% chance. No, I read that wrong. This morph now adds a 50% chance when benefiting from Blood Hunger to not consume a stack. This morph also upgrades the second hit to always apply the Hemorrhage status effect. Okay. This morph no longer increases the damage done to off-balance targets, but reduces... Okay, so I wonder... So since we always apply the Hemorrhage status effect... This is base damage. Okay. Okay, all right. No loss there. Howl of Despair, Rip and Tear. This morph upgrades the first hit to always apply the Sundered status effect, as well as inflicting Major Breach. There it is, Major Breach. Okay, I was worried. My butt was sweating a little bit. We didn't have Major Breach. Now we have Major Breach, dude. We got everything. We got literally everything. You get a one-man band freaking army here. To the target for 12 to 15 seconds. This effect, the second hit heals you for 0.27 of your max health. Okay, wait. Quick math. 32,000 times 0.27. It's gotta be affected by Spout of Spirit. It's gotta be. It's freaking gotta be. If it's not, it's almost 9K. Werewolf meta confirmed. And ranks up. I lost my mouse. And ranks up by 1.1% per rank if it hits. Blood Hunger's 25% increase applies to both the base hit and the healing effect of the morph. This morph no longer grants access to Feeding Frenzy, as it has been removed to Roar. Sheesh! Okay, werewolves have finally learned to put their jaws to use with this new spamble, rending flesh from their foes, and a much more brutal two-part attack. Gone are the days of angrily yelling your opponents to death. Nice. Nash operates as both your standard fair single target spammable and an execute, both in one, helping you make up for the werewolf's bar space deficit while leaning into their fantasy of masters of the hunt. A hunter who cannot finish off their prey often returns empty-handed after all. This helps the werewolves become significantly more terrifying to lower health foes, while giving them a reason to stick closer to their enemies and make use of the speed's boost and melee range. The morphs once again split with more diversity, granting 2 utility-driven effects that can both lead to more damage, but with more of an option between damage or survivability. The previous iteration of Terrified has also been reworked to Blood Hunger, which has slightly more interaction across their kit while also being easier to use. Anybody else need a nap or snack yet? Jesus. The PTS is up. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Just a little bit more and we covered it all. Okay, I'll read a little faster. Infectious Claws, Rending Claws. This ability and the Claws, Life, and Morph have been adjusted to deal physical damage on their initial hit and bleed damage for their overtime effect rather than dealing disease damage on both hits. Reduce the initial hit's weapon and spell damage scaling by 20% and increase its magicka and stamina scaling by 4%. The damage over time now lasts for 10 seconds, down from 20 seconds. Increase the weapon and spell damage scaling by 92%. And the magic and stamina scaling by 150%. This ability and its morphs now have the target cap of 6, rather than hitting all enemies. The initial hit now has a 15% chance of applying the Sundered, and damage over time has a 5% chance of applying Hemorrhaging, rather than the initial hit applying Diseased and damage over time having a 1% chance. Okay? Claws of Anguish, Claw Fury. This morph has been reworked into the channeled attack. That is that a beam? Is that a beam? It better not be a werewolf beam. That deals direct physical damage over 4.8 seconds. It is a werewolf beam! Did we literally get a werewolf beam? I was completely memeing earlier. What? Okay. A channeled attack. I was completely memeing. Dude, what? All right. Fuck. Okay. This morph has been reworked into a channeled attack that deals direct physical damage over 4.8 seconds, hitting up to 6 enemies closest to you and a 7-meter cone with 90-degree arc up to 13 times. What? Claw Fury generates Fury and a stack of Blood Hunger up to once every second while dealing damage to the ability. Claw Fury scales with this weapon of spell damage and this magic and stamina per tick and increases by 25% for each stack of Blood Hunger you have. When Claw Fury ends in any capacity, all stacks of Blood Hunger are removed. Claws of Life, Blood Claws. This morph now heals you for 40% of the initial hit damage done, rather than not healing at all on the initial hit. The damage over time now heals you for 6.2% of your max health when damaging an enemy, rather than healing you for 66% of the damage done. Adjusted the rank up progression to 1.1% of the initial hit and 1.1% healing for the healing done from damage over time. Dude, I think we're all getting beams. I think all class... Imagine a Warden's Frost Beam and a Sorcerer's Electricity Beam. We're all getting beams. We're generically buffing this skill to now be a full power area of attack and damage over time effect, rather than reducing the damage of the area effect from the damage over time. As such, we're gently peeling back some of the cleave damage of the initial hit while greatly increasing the damage over time potential in all capacities. So this ability feels more like 2 separate abilities rather than one blended ability. Werewolves have finally also washed their damn hands. Somebody's a fan of a certain YouTube channel that I am also subscribed to, moving them away from disease damage in the kit instead of focusing on the physical and bleed to help make more savage, brutal experience. Additionally, we're splitting the morph diversity to either add more healing for both damage and bruiser builds, and a rework morph that functions similarly to something like engulfing dragonfire, helping werewolves who'd rather focus on cleaving foes down. Claw Fury is slightly weaker than the traditional Nash focus build in its single target, but comes out ahead in encounters with multiple enemies packed together. Dude, what's going on? What's freaking going on? All right, Devour. Insatiable Hunger. This energy now has a minor grace period for movement, allowing you to move slightly before and after activating it without causing the cast to be interrupted. Note, this grace period is not the same as the Resurrection ability update that allows you to move while casting it, and instead exists to give a small amount of time to let your momentum end if you cast it while moving. Okay. Increase the healing per tick to 20% of your max health. Wow. Up from 8. Wait. Quick math. Dude, it's gotta be. It's gotta be effective by Battle Spirit. It has to be. If not, it's 6,400 at an average health range per tick. What? Even divided by 2, after Battle Spirit, you're looking at 3,200 per tick on an average health amount. Dude, werewolves are about to be right bastards in Cyrodiil. Okay, increase the healing. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Resulting in a 100% heal over time duration, up from 40%. Okay. Each tick now grants 15 ultimate. Dude. What? What else can we add to the werewolves? Rather than 3 seconds of werewolf timer. Activating this energy will disable the cost to maintain werewolf transformation for 12 seconds rather than disabling the cost of maintaining only while channeling it. This passive will also trigger Fury generation each tick if you are a werewolf berserker, even if you are outside of combat. Okay. Pursuit, Master of the Chase. This passive's bonus to heavy attack resource restore now only occurs at rank 2. It is largely irrelevant for most playstyles after the cost reduction changes and cuts down on performance. Okay, so what's the change? Nobody cares about rank 1 passive. Hold on, I had to misread this. This passive's bonus to heavy attack resource restore now only occurs at rank 2. Who cares about rank 1 passives? It's not even a build. As it is largely irrelevant for most playstyles after the cost reduction changes and cuts down on performance. So what is it? What am I missing here? It's the first time I'm like not tracking at all. Okay, Blood Rage. This passive now increases the amount of fury you generate by 5 to 10 per source, rather than adding 3 to 5 seconds to your werewolf timer, then damaging up to once every 6 seconds. Blood Moon, Shadow of the Blood Moon, just a simple name change that updates the name away from applying the actual Blood Moon is happening every week. No more writing jokes for you. Savage Strength, Feral Cruelty. Increase the amount of weapon and spell damage granted from this passive to 33%, up from 18%. Nice. Call of the Pack, Call of the Hunt. This passive now works by reducing the ultimate cost of maintaining werewolf form, rather than reducing the timer drained every second. Okay. The percentages are the same before and works identically. Did you say we had some set changes, Lockwood? We got a new set. The Prowler's Talisman is a new kind of mythic that is available to everyone. It is not found in Antiquities. Interesting. I think our first one ever, right? You can acquire it by going through the New Thieves Guild storyline. It can be equipped at any level. and its power increases as you complete associated content. The stats listed here are for the baseline talisman. While Battle Spirit is inactive, so not in PvP, bracing while crouching turns you invisible for 10 seconds. This can occur once every 45 seconds. So a free, like, vanish, basically. Is that what that is? Increase your chances of successfully pickpocketing by 5%. On dealing crit damage, increase your max magicka and max stamina for 10 seconds. Up to 1900 at 10 stacks. On dealing non-crit damage, increase your health, magicka, and stamina recovery for 10 seconds. Okay. Either effect can occur every 1 second. Okay. It's pretty cool. Like a thieving mythic, I think it is. Well, 1 sec. Like 10 seconds. Hold on. Back. Okay, we got some class set changes. Ares Cry. This set now increases your damage done by 10% rather than only damaged animal companion skills by 10%. Oh. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Etheric Lancer updated the damage proc from the set to be considered a class ability. This should help the set scale with a few more interactions. Hold on. Updated the damage proc from this set to be considered a class ability. This should help the set scale with a few more interactions, namely a few Templar specific ones. The weapon and spell damage from this set now persists for 10 seconds, up from 6 to help improve its uptime in actual combat. Dude, I've said this for a long time. This is one of the best proc sets in the game. If you're playing a Jabs Templar build, this set's pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Beacon of Oblivion. Adjusted the damage and healing bonuses while no permanent pets are active and Battle Spirit is active to 7% up from 5. Nice. Monolith of Storms. Increase the damage of the set by 37.5%. This set now grants 200 weapon spell damage for every monolith active. So you're going to have 3 active at most times. So that's going to be 600 ever extra weapon and spell damage. Not bad, dude. This was my first set that I hit Arc 11 solo with on 1 bar. Like, I have no idea how I did it. I was talking about it last stream, or whenever we did the archive stream. Exponentially worse than having Heartland, but we did it. That's pretty cool. Pyrebrand, oh shit, updated this set to interact with Wildfire Embers, a new class mastery for DK, rather than being based off generic damage over time effects. Decrease the damage of the damage over time proc by 31.4%. Decrease the damage of the area effect proc by 26.1%. Wasn't this already, like, not great? Heavy attacking now removes up to 3 stacks of Wildfire Embers or your Pyrebrand. Oh, rather than 3 random damage over time effects. Rather than up to 3 damage. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay. So you don't have to spin a bunch of globals like reapplying dots. Adjusted the bonus damage effect to 25% per Wildfire Ember stack, up to 300% max, rather than 20%. Interesting. Interesting. How to play with that one. Oh, Soul Cleaver, an old favorite. Adjusted this set's 3-piece bonus to crit chance rather than max magicka. This set's 5-piece bonus now increases the damage and healing and reduces the cost of summoning abilities by 50% down from 21. Oh, why? Who's abusing this? Draining Ultimate from this set now increases your damage done by Draining Ultimate from this set, which it does passively, now increases your damage done by up to 12% based on how high your current health is for 12 seconds. If I remember correctly, just dealing damage from a siphoning ability drains ultimate. So you're essentially sitting at a 12% damage increase. Well, that's a net gain then. Okay, Spattering Dysfunction. This set now also increases damage done with status effects by 40% while worn and generates a crux when the set activates. Interesting. Wrathsun. This is one of the class sets that like I've never found a solid thing for. It's always been kind of like a terrible set to me. This set now stacks up to 30 times, down from 40, making it easier to reach the maximum potency sooner. Increase the magicka recovery per stack to 21, up from 12, helping offset the penalty of the set over the course of the fight while retaining the highs and lows of the sustained draw. Wrathsun at maximum stacks now increases the damage done of Templar skill line abilities by 25%. Whoa. Whoa. Rather than damage scaling of Dawn's Wrath abilities by 25%. Whoa. That's pretty good. Shit. Okay. Jorvalds. This increases your shield duration or something like that. This set's bonus duration now properly reflected in tooltips. Okay. Savage Werewolf. Adjusted this set's two-piece. Adjusted this set's two-piece to crit chance rather than max stamina, and 4-piece to weapon and spell damage rather than stamina recovery. This set's 5-piece now also grants 6% damage done while in werewolf form. Okay. Okay. Crypt Cannon's Vestments. This set did now properly disables slot passives of ultimates it override. Dude, am I having a stroke or is that a bad sentence? This set did now properly disables slot passives of ultimates it, dude. Is it just me? This set did now properly disables slot passives of ultimates it. Moving on. Shattered Path Signet. This set bonus damage done effect with status. Oh, this is the big one. This set's bonus damage done effects with status effects is now reduced based on the number of permanent pets you have. Oh, well, we won't have any. The value is divided by 1 plus the number of permanent pets you have. So at 1 pet, it would be halved. At 2 pets, it reduced by 1/3, and so on. Okay, that's not an issue for us right now. We're toning down how strong this mythic can be in ultra niche cases with sorcerer pets or with the pet vision from Archive by targeting the relative problem space, pet spills, and especially ones that utilize Feral Garden. Oh, I guess Warden and the Bear as well. Reads perfect. It's you? Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way this reads perfect. Ain't no way. No way that reads perfect. I mean, I know I can't read, but damn. Overlaid sets. Hide of the Werewolf. This set now grants triple ultimate generation 18 while in Werewolf rather than 8. Okay, PvP sets. The following sets have received changes to their non-keystone bonuses, meaning their single stat lines, like 2 to 4 piece bonuses, rather than align with what the keystone bonuses are, as well as improve on the overall hybridization where it fits. Okay, Affliction. 3-piece. Weapon and spell damage rather than stamina. 4 pieces. Pen rather than stam recovery. Blunted Blades, 3-piece crit resist rather than max stamina. Okay. Coupe de Grace, 3-piece. We get pen rather than stam recovery. Crest of Cyrodiil, we get crit resist rather than stam recovery. Dark Convergence, weapon and spell damage versus max magicka. Elfbane, crit chance rather than max mag. Updated the tooltip to include Dragonite Standard. Far Strider. Okay, I'm just gonna skip over these. Oh, there's like some more common use sets. Impreg, dude, Impreg. What a blast from the past Impreg is. 2 to 4 piece crit resist rather than max health, stamina and magic and stamina. 5-piece reduce the bonus to 896 crit resist, down from 1650 to account for the raw crit resist increase. Okay. Wait. Oh, raw crit resist from here. Gotcha. Abdominal Fury, Night Slayer, Lekkies, Light of Cyrodiil, Morag Tong, Phoenix, Rowling. Oh, here's the big one. Crit resist rather than max mag. Weapon and spell damage rather than crit chance. Crit resist now begins at 986 and loses 50 per unaffected target. Nice. Nice. There's a stat in MMOs in PvP called TTK. TTK is a metric that means time to kill. Basically, if time to kill is too high, meaning people are too tanky, they'll increase damage or lower resistances, so TTK comes down. When TTK is too low, meaning people are getting globaled everywhere, they will reduce damage or increase tankiness. We have been complaining for years that nobody dies. Like, it takes forever. Like, people are way too tanky. So we've had a couple of changes here that seems to be in an effort to lower TTK, which my calmness does not reflect how excited I am about it. But holy shit, is this a great change? If that's the direction. Robes of Transmute, dude, I haven't seen this in ages either. But wait a minute. I hope that the 3-piece crit resistance isn't so. Hey, thanks, James. I hope the 3-piece crit resist isn't so high that it kind of makes this a wash. If it does, then, like, well, you know, what's the point? I can't imagine that's the case though. Century, Shared Pain, Shield Breaker, Sieges, Spell Strat. Dude, I haven't heard Spell Strat in ages either. Vice Cannon, Vicious Death. Uh-oh. 3-piece weapon and spell damage rather than max mag. Okay. ESO, they do both. Hard to kill people and get global from the same player. Oh, true. Very true. That I can't argue with that. 424. Oh, big nerf. Good. I'm here for it. A lot of people KDAs might not be so great. Okay, moving on. Companion abilities, okay. Most complicated machine. The most complicated machine. What the hell is this? Revise the mechanics of retrieving Bolan's Black Soul Gem, so you no longer need to loot it from the body, but instead take it from the nearby charging station on the appropriate step. What in the Dungeons and Dragons campaign is this? What does this even apply to? This was done to rectify the rare cases where if you immediately looted the corpse on the split second it takes to transition the quest steps between kill Bolan and get the soul gem, you could block yourself from advancing. Seems very niche. Okay, moving on. What do we have? Anything to make the scene a little smaller? Quests and zones. Okay. Exploration. We're gonna skip all this. Quests and zones. Skip. More quest and zone stuff. Alliance War and PvP. Itemization. Sigil of Imperial Retreat. This item can now be used in or out of combat rather than only out of combat. Using this item now actively removes and prevents any form of stealth or invisibility for 8 seconds after beginning to use the item. Hey. Woo. Spoiler alert, it's patch notes. Audio. After 12 years in Tamriel, we are in the process of modernizing the audio mix of ESO. We are excited for you all to hear the changes, but be aware that due to these adjustments, some of the sound levels in the game might be different. Okay, fair. We'll skip all of this. Companions, housing. We got some 3 new homes. Okay, new furnishings. What else? Did we hit all the things? UI. Looks good. Dude. Sheesh. Those patch notes were monstrous, dude. Jesus. Cyrodiil guard footsteps. This is what we asked for. Hey, easy. Let's log over to the PS real quick. Listen, I'll tell you what we'll do. I did not realize that patch notes were going to account for 4 hours of stream. This is what we'll do. We'll hop over to the PTS. We'll check out the animations, yeah, to see how everything looks and feels. And then tomorrow we'll do like a werewolf gameplay thing and like throw it against the wall. I'm really interested in the beam thing. I really want to see the beam thing. Yeah, we're gonna check out the model. We're gonna check out the model for sure. Here, let me hit this since our screen's gonna go down. We're gonna check out the model for sure. I wouldn't leave you hanging without checking out the model. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. After all those patch notes, can you imagine? Bye! And I just hit the plug. I pull the plug. Woo! There'd be some salt. Some salt. All right, ready? Load PTS. Go. Let me jump right behind me and grab a water real fast. Hang on. Back! The suspense! I've been drinking too much water lately. I'm having to pee a lot. The crouched... We'll check out the anim... Alright. This is what we'll do. We'll check out the animations. And tomorrow we'll like mess with builds and throw it against the dummy and maybe do veteran Badishin or something like that. We'll actually play it in some content. We're on NA too, which is great. Hold on. It's frozen. It's frozen. Dude, I'm pumped too. I'm pumped for something like wildly new. Excited. I'm excited for like, I'm also excited about something like I have very, very little experience in, which is gonna be pretty great. All right, here we go. Wait, this is PTS, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. We need to delete a character here. Delete. You did? Ah, thank you. Okay, create character. Here we go. Boom. All right. Sorcerer, I assume, is going to still be a great option. Dark Elf or Orc? What should we do? What should we do? Khajiit, maybe? Let's go Dark Elf. New Bosmer or Bust? Are you serious? Let's see. What? New Werewolf. Hooray. Hooray. Wait a minute. Let's stare at our name for 14 minutes and 59 seconds. I'm creeping myself out. I'm creeping myself out. Okay. New Werewolf, hooray. We got Sorcerer. Dark Elf. Do you want to do Dark Elf? Imperial? Khajiit? You want to do a Khajiit? What race do you guys think? Nord? No, not Nord. We need something damage. Dark Elf, Khajiit, Imperial, or Orc? You want to do Khajiit? We'll do Khajiit. All right, Khajiit it is. We do... Dude, look at that lion's mane. Let's freaking go. How do you change the, like, style? Can't you change the fur pattern or whatever? How do we do that? Oh, body marking? Body marking. There it is. Thank you, Larzo. 3-hour character creation. Dude, no! No! It never happens that way. You always say that, and we always do it in 2.5 hours. It takes like 5 minutes. It's like 5 minutes. Okay, new werewolf array. We got a Cadget. Class, sorcerer, race. Okay, good, good. All right, create. Let's go. Kaboom. I know it's a Khajiit. I know it's a Khajiit. I know someone out there is like, I was switching at Cadget. Like, oh my God, if he says Cadget one more time, I'm going to flip out. What? You never played a Cadget? Get on my Cadget level. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I've said it enough. Oh, damn.
Stop that thief!
We got a bunch of people.
That's it. I haven't even done anything yet.
Hopefully, we can get the werewolf maxer straight from the coffers really fast. Oh, by all means, Gadget. Gotcha. All right, let's see. We'll pull this down here. We won't have to do like a ton of changes, but just a couple. Settings, add-ons, GCD bar, boom, boom, controls. There. There. Let's see what else we got. Dodge roll, boom. Mount that. Synergy, boom. Bar swap, bang. Bing, bang, boom. Interact with environment. Camera zoom out will be this guy. Zoom in will be this guy. Interact with environment is F. Alt is unbind. Character is B. Combat metrics 9 on the number pad. Settings, gameplay, scroll down, tutorials off, camera, field of view, zoom out, nameplates, turn it on. Come down here, always, always, always. Last 4 go always. Okay. Down here, always, 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 always. Combat, always, always, always. I think that's it. Remember to crouch, dear Cadget. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We gotta turn this one add-on off though. This one like messes things up. No, don't log out. Don't log out. Don't log out. Add-on. Currently equipped. That's the one. Boom. Reload. All right, here we go. Here we go. Sweet hat. Thank you. I try. Cut it out. Cut it out. Okay. Hopefully in this bucket we get werewolf maxer. We do. Werewolf maxer. Here it is. Oh. Thought it was gonna be more. Okay. We are officially a werewolf. Sheesh. Okay. All right. What ultimate do we want? While transform, you spawn 2 dire wolves, gain major protection, and increase block mitigation. While transformed, gain major berserk, and your light and heavy attacks apply a bleed. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's do this one. You want me to read passives? We'll read passives. Oh, we read all this on patch notes. All that was on patch notes. Okay. Oh, these are all locked. Oh, damn. Can you reread them again? Sure. Buckle up. Pounce. Here, we'll unlock all the tier the T1s. The T1s here. All right. All right, pounce on an enemy, dealing damage. When you're close to an enemy, it's brutal carnage, which makes you do bleed damage. This morph deals additional damage to other nearby enemies. Carnage hits a cone and increases in duration on successful applications. This morph restores stamina and triggers fury generation when dealing damage from either morph of the ability. You earned a sub for reading these. Thank you so much, bro. Hey, you're very welcome, man. Everything that I read on the patch notes, by the way, if just in case like that wasn't clear, everything that I read on the patch notes was these abilities. So how the patch notes was structured, maybe I should have said that up front, was it showed the ability, and then under each ability, it showed like the two morphs. So I actually pre-read all of this on the patch notes. So everything that I just read on the other screen was all of this information. So even though this is like much more condensed, it's exactly what we just read. This will be way more clear because this actually gives you tooltips of what like the things do. So probably a more efficient way to go about of understanding this is to not necessarily read the patch notes, but go into the game and read the tooltips, because the tooltips will be like much more concise of what's going on. Okay, we'll do this one. So this one should be our pounce here. Let's see. Do this morph. Yo! That looks crazy already. And then this should be a pounce. Yo! Hold on. Look at that werewolf, dude. Hold on. Settings, controls. Right here. UI off this guy. Look how badass that looks. Sheesh, I like it. And here's the leap morph. And here's the up close morph. Let's see it on a multi-target example here. Okay. All right. Ignore the damage sources, because the damage sources, like, I'm using like whatever, like, garbage thing they added with no food and no CP and none of this. So ignore damage. It's just the animations we're looking at today. Okay. Herstein's Bounty. Invoke Huntsman's Blessing, healing you for health. Double Fury. You're also restored 10% stamina. Healing now skills off your offensive stats. Grants double Fury and passively grants minor berserk. This one increases the healing. Okay, kind of the same general idea. Let's choose this one just to see it. This is pretty cool. Dude, the way the screen goes red around the edges, it makes it like really like immersive. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's see. Ferocious Roar. Roar with bloodlust to fear enemies, setting them off balance. We gain major courage. Or cowardice. Okay, we'll check this one. Let's see. It's the house pretty faint. It's pretty faint. Okay, here's the new one. This other ability. Oh shit. That's pretty cool, man. I'm curious if the different morphs will have a different effect visually here. Let's see. Oh, it is different. Okay, let's do this then. Let's do this. Easy. Let's go. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do all... Since we already started the top, we'll do all top options to look at all of the visuals. And then we'll do all bottom options. Giggity. Alright, this is gonna change my my werewolf morph, I think. Okay, here we go. This is a straight up visual showcase or whatever. And then let's do this. Let's take this and let's get out of this front area that has the stupid waterfall sound. And we'll bring it to like a blank area where it's very clear. Here. Place. Nope. Place. Training dummies. Boom. Oh. Withdraw. Retrieve. Services. Recovery. This guy. Back here. Alright, here we go. Here's the top option of each morph. Hey. Okay. This is Brutal Carnage. And this is Brutal Carnage in range. This is Hircine's Rage. Here is Ferocious Roar. That's pretty cool. Here is Rip and Tear. Dude, it like squelches. Like you can hear like the gushiness of it. Dude, that's pretty cool. Blood just going everywhere. Jesus. All right. And then here is Claw Fury. That was one button press, by the way. Hold on. Look at this. That was one button press. Look at this in a group setting. That was nuts. That's the werewolf channel or whatever. Yo! Thank you for the follow, dude. That's crazy. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Can you do it by moving? I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you can. Dude. Whoa. Okay. Pretty cool so far. That's the ultimate. The extra ultimate or whatever. That's pretty cool, man. Okay. 80 low pop DC pop lock. Oh, that's crazy. All right, let's swap all the morphs to the bottom one here. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Confirm. It's pretty nuts. Okay, so here's the Berserker transform. It has the red tattoos, which looks like really crazy. I mean, that itself, like, that's an entire poly people would buy off the Crown Store right there. That's nuts. Okay, here goes Feral Carnage. This one's got a green tint to it. Dude, I know if you're watching from your phone, you're not gonna be able to have the same like sound depth that headphones have, but like it's a pretty cool depth to the sound for sure. Here is Hersine's Fortitude. Oh, I fell out of form already. Crazy. I did on the last one. You got like a red buff or whatever. Here's using the ultimate here. Oh. Just kidding. I didn't have Fury or whatever. Okay, so we did this one. Here is Hersine's Fortitude. So this one seems to be green. Here is Deafening Roar. This one's black rather than red. Here is Bloody Gnash. Pretty similar. Pretty like this one. The sound of this one's like pretty awesome. Like it's real deep and like squelchy. Like you can hear like the ripping and the tearing. That one's pretty cool. And then here is Blood Claws. Oh, dude, that's pretty cool. Dude, this is gonna be fun to play. How does this consume your fury and unleash the beast, increasing your movement speed by 20%, damage done by 50%, and reducing the cost of werewolf transformation abilities by 100% by 20 seconds. This effect is lost when you leave werewolf form. So what is this one then? Is this the one that has an on use? While transformed in combat, abilities generate fury. So this is the one that has fury. When you have 1,000, this ability becomes Enduring Rampage, which gains 4,000 health recovery in addition to its base effects. So let's build fury. Let's see the fury builder there. Oh, it takes a lot. It takes quite a lot to get there. I feel like these were a little bit more like visually awesome or whatever. This one, this one, this one, this one, and then this one. Yeah, that's crazy. Dang. That's gonna be like dumb satisfying in PvE. Does that proc reaving blows? Oh shit, it does. So look at this. That's gonna be like your, does it say channeled? It's channel. So the same exact gear set that you would use for your Arcanist beam build, your DK beam build of Tide and like Deadly, the same stuff's gonna work. Same general build, because that's the majority of your damage is gonna be that channel. You're gonna be doing this to clear most content. Isn't that crazy? That's pretty nuts. And then that's the ultimate on use. No sustain issues either, obviously, because you're using a beam. But I have no Mundus, no food, no potions, no CP, nothing. That's pretty nuts. I do think I see, hold on. I made 2 werewolves, 1 tanky solo, 1 DPS bleed. Nice. I don't think the hits are matching. I don't think the sound is matching the visual. They're off, for sure. They're definitely off. The sound of the ability doesn't match the swipes of the arms. The damn pets aren't making it easier. Let me swap more real quick. We'll swap this to that. There we go. I got the red tattoos for you. Okay, here we go. They're not. So you have your arms swinging, and then you have the going off, and they're not lined up. Crazy though, man. Crazy visuals for sure. It's gonna be fun. Larthel is an edgelord confirmed. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this real quick, so I can. I think I might chop this up and put it on YouTube real quick. Let's see. So people can have like quick access without like a lot of fluff and noise. Let's see. We're gonna go back to all top or all first morphs rather. Okay. Make sure everything's in order. So we'll go pounce, this, that, this, that. Okay. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be nuts. Okay, here is the skill styles. So here is what do you call it? Here's the new animation of the skills. This is pack leader. Here is brutal carnage from a distance. Do it once more. There's brutal carnage in melee. Here is Hircine's rage. Here's ferocious roar. Here is rip and tear. Pretty cool in there. I think that's one of my favorites. You can feel and hear the ripping and the tearing. Here is Claw Fury. This is the new channeled ability, kind of like an Arcanist beam. Okay, and let's change morphs real fast. We'll do all second morphs here. Boom. Boom. Here we go. Oh, we can do first person POV after this. All right, here's the Berserker morph. Looks pretty cool. Some glowing red effects with glowing red eyes. Here is Feral Carnage from a distance. Here it is up close. Here is Hircine's Fortitude. Deafening Roar. This one's more black. The other one was more red. Oh, we lost Werewolf. Stand by. Here is a Bloody Gnash. I love that one. That's pretty cool. And then here is Blood Claws. We'll run through them in first person real quick. I have to add the keybind for that. Controls first. I think it's right. No. What the hell is the first person bind? Oh, is it at the top? Move forward, walk, run, move left, jump, auto run, combat. Targeting. Camera. I usually have a keybind that I just press. User interface. Full screen mode. It's not that, is it? Oh shit. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. UI on or off, character windows, crown store, inventory, character skills, champion. I have no idea. Oh, there it is. First person. I have it on V on live servers. Oh, no. Shit. First, third person. That doesn't do anything. You're saying camera? There's usually a button that'll snap you straight into first person view. Like we can probably do this. Like the hard... Oh, wait. The hard way? Yeah, but that doesn't go all the way to first person. If you just keep zooming in. On live servers, I have it on V, where I press V and it pops into first person. see. Full screen mode. Oh, maybe you can't in Wolf. Oh, good call. It is Wolf. You're right, it is Wolf. So we had the bind right, but you can't in Wolf. But you can go this far with it. Pretty close. Not quite the same, but pretty close. Okay. I did not expect for patch notes to take as long as it did. This is what we'll do. I'll call it here today, and then I'll come back tomorrow, and I'll tell you what I want to do. Like, right from the rip, what I'm pretty interested in doing. We're going to put on the same build from the Arcanist beam builds and the DK beam builds. And we're going to take this into Veteran Madistron and Veteran Maelstrom, and maybe do our Trial Boss solo set using this guy right here. That's gonna be crazy. I'm looking forward to it. So I'm gonna take off here for today. Patch notes took forever, but I'll be back pretty early in the morning, and we'll dive straight in. I'm genuinely looking forward to this. You'll have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'll publish some of this on YouTube so you guys can have it if you want something you can like scroll through without having to like deal with the patch notes itself. But I'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you next time. Love ya.